See?
It's going to be a good day. It's going to be a good day. It's a Friday morning. You made it. You're hanging out in the break room. Rochester's Classic Rock 96.5 WCMF. How's it going, buddy?
Pretty good, buddy.
What's going on, female buddy?
Doing good, buddy.
19 degrees right now. It is freezing, however.
Oh, yeah.
Wind chill makes it feel like 4. I can't get a gauge on what the hell the weather's doing. Because, we had all that crazy weather over the weekend into Monday.
Right.
Yep.
Right? I did not have time to shovel my driveway. So then it all froze into an ice rink, right, which was bad. And then 2 days ago, it got warm again.
Get all slushy.
Yep, so I got to get out there with the shovel and, carve myself a path through the ice. And then everything froze again last night. And now it's balls-ass cold.
And I think we're getting a ton of snow.
Yes, yeah. Is it tomorrow?
Saturday and Sunday.
Okay.
And then next week is, frigid.
Okay, great.
Awesome.
There you go.
My mother-in-law's coming to town this weekend, so that's awesome.
Oh, awesome.
Yeah, no, I'm excited. I can't wait.
Always had an extra smiling face in the house.
Yeah, no, I'm very excited for this.
I can hear it.
Yeah, no, that's why
I
said it out loud.
I didn't say anything.
Because, nothing is more fun than not being able to leave the house with your mother-in-law in town.
Everybody loves their mother-in-law.
Yeah, who doesn't?
And they're always portrayed in media as just fabulous gals.
You know what's funny?
What?
We talk every once in a while about how dads have a bad TV commercial reputation.
Yeah, we're dumb.
Yeah. The only people that may have it worse than us are mother-in-laws.
Yeah.
Right? You're right.
They're always the villain.
Yes, there's never a positive portrayal of mother-in-law.
Every sitcom, when the mother-in-law shows up, all hell's breaking loose.
The dad's an idiot, the dad is lazy, but when the mother-in-law shows up, somehow she's still one rung below idiot dad.
You always get to pass grandpas in all media. Grandpas are friendly, just wearing a sweater over in the corner, not really doing too much anymore.
Which is funny because that's nothing like any grandpa now.
Oh, the new grandpas are out of control.
The 2025 grandpas?
Out of control.
Hey, not good. Recalls on 2025 grandpas. All right, let's start the show this morning with a crime.
Oh, okay. What happened?
Well, it happened out in Parma. According to authorities, 2 men broke into the Country Max.
Oh.
You're familiar with Country Max?
Oh, man, God, man. They're all over the place.
Do you know? Local company, too.
I thought that was a national chain.
Samesies.
Very cool concept.
If you've never been to a Country Max, you got to go.
They got everything.
They do have everything.
And if you can't find it, ask that fat kid.
What are you talking about?
The fat kid on TV.
Oh, that kid.
I think he owns the place.
You can buy chickens. You can buy stuff for your garden.
You can buy feed.
Yep.
That's right. Manure.
Uh-huh. Well, these 2 gentlemen broke into the Country Max.
What'd they steal, man?
According to police, they stole $400 worth of dog food.
Dog food?
Dog food.
All right.
And only dog food.
They got some special high-end dog food?
No, I'm sure they do. The Country Max has everything.
Yeah.
By the way, this is not a commercial for Country Max.
I got you.
Okay. You can't really tell what kind of dog food it is. But I want to be clear. This was not a shoplifting situation.
They broke in.
They broke in
after hours
to only steal dog food.
Yeah.
So here's the thing. If you've ever been inside a Country Max before, there are so many more valuable things inside that Country Max they could have gotten away with.
All those gardening tools that cost a fortune are just sitting there. I would have grabbed a whole rack of hose.
So did it look
I would have.
You
need a good hoe if you're working in your yard.
If we're starting here and going up, I'm fine with what just happened there. If you're throwing the best you got now and that's it,
garden hoe?
I think we should just go home.
All right.
Kimmy, you were saying, I'm sorry.
It looked like, I only saw a brief little clip of the video, but it looked like they were almost in a back area, in a loading.
Probably in the warehouse.
Oh, no, I saw, they went out the front.
Did they?
Yeah.
Oh, okay. So I must have seen
what are
a
you
different
grabbing?
angle.
Well, no, if I'm inside a Country Max, there's a lot of,
tools.
No, there's, there's more valuable, computer kind of stuff involving, dogs and... there's the electric fence kind of stuff. There's a lot of valuable things in there that are smaller that if they were looking to make money, they could have grabbed.
Man,
there's bags of dog food are heavy, so it would have taken them a little while, I would think, to load all that stuff up.
But I ain't
and have the
grabbing
room
dog
for
collars
it.
with chips in them
Why?
either.
Why? If I'm looking to make money, you can flip those easy.
Bro, you can flip any kind of tool. People want tools. What a dunce.
You are so...
What'd you get? Collars.
Yeah.
And a leash.
I would think it'd be easier to flip that, especially online, than it would be some kind of food item.
Okay. So with that being said, is Tommy still fantasizes about stealing all the garden tools? It's weird that's your fantasy this morning.
Oh, yeah.
What if I had...
shovels?
What if I had all the garden
Goddamn
tools?
shovel runs $1.25.
Everyone will look out their window in my neighborhood and be where'd he get all them tools from?
And hoses, too.
Hose, not hoses. Oh, you want actual hoses. I thought you were calling back your joke.
No, the hose and the hoses.
Gotcha. What I'm getting at is this.
What's that?
It doesn't seem like they were stealing to make money. Did they steal this food for their own dogs?
That's what I was wondering too. Like how easy would it be to flip that much dog food?
I mean, where would you flip it?
You wouldn't.
Where are you selling it?
Yeah, you might have a. Yeah, that's weird though, man. You have like
Yeah.
that many dogs to feed.
Unless they, I don't know, you got two guys.
Right.
Yeah.
400 pounds of
So
dog
I'm trying
food.
to think of like how many bags.
No,
of
$400 of dog food. You are the
Four
worst
to
listener.
$400.
$400
$400
of dog food.
Of dog food.
All right. Yeah, I guess I wouldn't.
It's not that much dog food, in all honesty.
I guess if it's high end, like you said, that could be 5 or 6 bags of dog.
That's what
food.
I mean. Like, and here's the thing. I know the dog food world is out of control now.
Yeah.
Can we do a quick sidebar in the dog food world? Have you seen like these new commercials on TV where it's like human grade food for the
Like
dog?
fresh
Oh yeah,
pet or
yeah.
something like that.
It's the farmer's dog.
Yeah,
Yeah,
there's a
that's
bunch
it.
of them.
That's it.
But like if the commercials are all the same, they're like, "Wow, your dog really loves this." And like, "Yeah, it's fresh ingredients and human grade." Dogs eat everything. Like, of course, if it's like made for them, the dog's gonna love it.
Well, it's
Like,
better for him, I guess.
okay,
Well, it's just standard food
Yeah.
that you and I could eat.
but that's what makes me laugh. So like, wow, that dog really likes that food that was prepared for them in a high quality way. Wow. It's like then there's dad. Wow, your dad really likes that steak. No, so like depending on what kind of dog food it was, because again,
Yeah.
if you've ever been to Country Max, I got everything.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, this could be like 3 months worth of dog food.
All right.
You know what I'm saying?
It's not a lot.
That's what I mean. And they could have gotten more,
Mm.
it looks like, based on what they had in the cart. Were these guys just trying to feed their dogs?
Pretty sad. Like, just get rid of the dogs.
I mean, but it's
It's
such
because you're going to go to jail to feed your dog.
Yeah, I mean, you got them on video, and it's Parma. I mean, it's not like a big
Like,
place.
you could just if you were that desperate, to your point, you could feed your dog, unless it would kill them. Anything in your pantry, they will eat if you put it down.
Yeah, but...
Like, you could feed your dog cereal,
Okay.
right? You could give your dog Cheerios.
Do you hear Pittsford here?
But,
Yes, I understand. That food
You still have
also
to buy
costs
it, though.
money.
Yeah.
What
yeah,
I
but you
do
already
is...
have it.
You don't have one. Not if you can't afford it. Not if
right.
you don't
This
have it.
So what's your plan then? To keep stealing dog food?
Understood. Look, I understand there is a...
still for a while.
I understand there's a flaw in the plan.
Yeah.
The whole I can't afford dog food thing.
But
I-
before I go steal food for my dog, I'm pretty much going to exhaust everything else.
maybe they did.
Would you see it differently if these guys? Because was it one or two guys?
Two guys, it looks like, yeah.
Yeah.
If these guys stole the dog food and like donated it or something, or like gave it to people.
It was
who,
like a Robin Hood
needed-
situation?
Yeah.
But you're
Like
stealing.
to like
like a
lollipop
shelter
farm or
or
something?
like anything like that.
But here's the thing: you're stealing from a local mom
No, I
and pop
but
place.
that's
Mm-hmm.
but I can't wrap my head around needing. That
I can't
much
imagine
food.
that food getting donated.
I can't either, but I'm just saying, like, what if they were trying to do something like that?
252 WCMF 252-9263. I love you, Kimmy's Road. It's all for good. See,
No,
we all understand.
I
And
just-
it turns out they dropped $1,000 in the parking lot, and Country Max got it, and everybody got happy.
Throwing out a different situation.
We're talking about these two guys out in Parma. They broke into while
Yeah.
it was closed, the Country Max, and shoplifted, stole, according to police, $400 worth of dog food. It was not a shoplift. They broke in and stole $400 worth of dog food. And we're trying to figure out, with all the other expensive things you could have grabbed to flip, this seems like a steal to use situation,
Yeah.
not a steal to sell. Matthew writes us on Instagram. Probably raised puppies and needed the food. A 50-pound bag of dog food is $30 to $75. It's pretty big.
So like they're
Yeah,
in
but-
like a puppy mill?
But if you have puppies, you don't feed them adult dog food.
Okay. Yeah, that's a good one. I don't know. Are you sure? Yeah.
Well, you don't know. Maybe they sold puppy food. We don't know what they
Oh yeah, I
sold.
guess we don't know what kind of food they
But
stole.
puppy food is off of mommy.
Yeah.
I mean, don't forget, my dad, we raised puppies in our house
Yeah.
in Gates. It was the
Yeah,
most
I don't
disgusting
think they
thing
can
ever.
chew the adult dog food.
Yeah. I mean, what kind of dogs do you have? Where if you have small dogs, maybe this is a year's worth of dog food, so I guess it would make sense. But still, it's $400 split between
And,
two
do-
guys.
okay,
Yeah.
Does dog food go bad? Like, does it take a long time to
I
go
don't know.
bad?
Just goes stale.
Is your dog going to turn it
Well,
down?
no,
I mean,
but
if
I
it's
mean,
dry?
does it? Well, not so much does it taste good or not, but does it like go bad? Like, does it get moldy?
Get the dog sick
something?
or something? Yeah, she brings up a good point, the mold part. You want to Google how long before it's dangerous for my dog to eat that dog food?
Because dogs will eat just about anything, man.
So you
I
bring
can't
up-
imagine a dog getting what a dog would have to eat to get sick on that food. Because I've seen dogs eat really disgusting
Well, yeah,
stuff,
but they-
and they're just
All
fine.
But
right,
they
see, for dry food, you got like max 18 months.
Okay.
So-
Oh, year and a half. You're good.
Yeah.
You're golden. Can we talk about the dog, what they will and won't eat?
They'll scarf anything, man,
Well-
especially as puppies.
Not necessarily,
Yeah.
because there's every once in a while, and this happened with our family during the pandemic, where the type of dog food we bought our dog, we just buy that like Purina dry
Yeah.
food, right? It wasn't available all the time. So we get them the chicken and rice,
Yeah.
and all they had was the lamb and rice. And obviously, I got to feed my dogs,
So?
we brought the lamb and
Wait,
rice.
wait, lemon rice sounds delicious.
Doesn't it? Well, my dogs did not like it.
They don't like Greek food.
They they stuck their nose up at it. 'cause
Really?
I guess
Thank you.
They weren't used to it.
But if
Yeah.
you leave it there long enough, they're gonna eat it.
So that was the argument I got in with my wife. She was like, "Well, maybe I'll just like make them like rice and beef," and I'm like, "No, they're gonna get hungry."
Right, and they'll eat it.
Yes, they're not. They don't want to die. They have the natural instinct to live. Eventually, they will eat the food. Just leave it alone. It's fine.
Yeah.
Drives
They're,
me
they're,
nuts.
they're scavengers.
By the way, I have the same theory with my kids.
They'll eat.
Eventually, their body will tell them you need to eat to live.
Yeah, I mean that's not a bad theory.
Why are you making that face?
I just, like Tommy's, put it out, leave it out, they'll eat it. You dress your dog up in costumes, dude.
Ooh, good point.
Yeah, but that's different.
How so?
It was Halloween.
You would not tell your wife, just leave it, she'll eat it eventually.
But like my wife keeps
she'll
switching
let's
the food.
starve her out. She'll eventually eat it.
My wife said to me one day, she goes, "Lily's getting bored with her food."
Yeah.
How does she know that? She doesn't know there's any other. She doesn't know other food exists. And I got into this argument with her because she keeps going back and switching her food. And she looks at me and she goes, "Well, you would get bored if you ate the same thing." Yeah, but I've never eaten a maxi pad off the carpet. That's the difference, man. I've never scarfed up my own poo. Like, there's a big difference here between me and this dog.
No, you make a great point. The dog only knows the world you provide for
Right.
the dog, right? Like, you're right. You would get bored if you ate the same thing every
My
day.
dog doesn't know what bored is.
Kimmy, what's the food situation with your dog? Do you have one food you stick with all the time?
Yeah, I mean, he hasn't gotten bored of it, so we've just had the same. It's like the Wegmans brand dog food.
That's the way to go because it's cheap.
Well, yeah, but
And
there
if they love it, stick with it.
there are also dog owners that will look
it
you
up.
up and down and go, "Oh my God, you buy the cheapest dog food for your dog? Do you not love your dog? Do you not care about your dog's
He
health?"
seems to enjoy it.
Well, yeah, I also would enjoy eating McDonald's every day, Kimmy. It doesn't mean I should.
You remember that Cocker Spaniel I had?
Yes.
That thing lasted 14 years.
Yeah.
And he was a scavenger. He ate a chocolate cake and he ate a disposable razor. The only thing he didn't eat was the actual razor blade. You remember him, and he was just
Yes.
he was a machine. And he lived 14 years, man.
Okay, look.
14 years with plastic stuck in his system.
So what? He made
No,
it.
I'm saying it's impressive.
Okay, I don't like.
That's a long life for a dog.
no, I understand. It's great. You should be like, hey, just feed your dog cake and razor blades.
No, but I mean, people, to your point, flip out about this stuff. Don't worry.
No, but
We
here's
did have a dog growing up eat an entire box of we were doing a the candy bar fundraiser.
yeah.
Ate a whole box of Kit Kats. Like
That should have
the
killed him, right?
giant-sized Kit Kats.
And it didn't kill him.
Didn't kill. We brought him to the vet, and they're like, well, as long as he digests it. And, like, wrappers, too, so.
I'm surprised by you two there because every time I bring up dog stuff, you guys love to attack me. Because my take is, don't spend a whole bunch of money on your dog
Yeah.
because they're dogs, right?
Yeah.
They're great,
Yeah.
but they're not people. You should be spending money on people that need it. And you guys flip out. Kimmy screamed at me the last time we did it. And then Kimmy comes in and says, you know what I do? I just buy the cheapest crap. I take a whole bunch of garbage out of the garbage can and I lay it
I
out on the
just-
Well,
floor.
we know she's chintz.
I just say you do you. Like, if somebody wants to spend on their dog, go for it.
Okay. I don't, personally. I had you,
Sometimes
Kimmy.
I do.
I had you pegged for one of these, like, special
Homemade.
order TV.
I would if I could afford it.
monthly
Stuff's
subscription.
expensive. I looked.
Yeah, it's insanely expensive. It's like a car payment.
No, I understand, man.
We can have this dog or an SUV.
I mean, okay. He's going to piss people off.
Right.
Every time I see those commercials, I think, like, what sucker falls for this?
The delivery.
Yeah, delivery of pet food to your house. I mean, again, the dog doesn't know. The
Yeah.
dog doesn't know. Or, like, the Chewy boxes that they have, right?
Yeah, that's like
Well, that's
toys and
just-
everything.
Yeah,
right?
that's just
No, I
getting
understand.
stuff delivered.
I understand. But,
Yeah.
like, they have a monthly subscription box, don't they?
Yeah, it comes once a
Oh,
month
like,
with new
yeah.
stuff.
Yeah, like
Yeah.
toys and like
Yeah.
snacks
Treats
and
and
stuff
stuff.
like that. It's like, okay, the dog doesn't have a calendar. It doesn't know when the box is supposed to be coming. Like when it shows up, it's all come to you and be like, "Hey, bitch, where's my box?" You know what I mean? It's been 3 weeks, Donna. All right, so surprisingly,
What's that?
Country Max, again, being a local company, they got locations all over
Yeah.
the greater Rochester area. They get robbed a lot. Not
They
robbed.
do?
They're burgled a lot. I mean,
Really?
we've seen several stories
We have, yeah.
of people breaking into Country Max and stealing stuff. And I wonder why that is. Like, of all the places you could go and get, like, first of all, they seem to be a beloved company in this community.
Right.
Right? Like, if you've ever gone into that place, everyone there is so kind and nice, and
Well,
they
they're
help you out.
country.
Well, but it's not always. There's one down the street from my house.
No, but they get that. But they're selling that country vibe.
They're hiring people who live near the Country Max.
Yeah, but you gotta sell the business.
What the
right?
hell are you talking?
You gotta act country if you work there.
How do you act country?
You gotta mosey.
Gotta
You
know
have to
about your
ponder.
Moses.
You know what I mean?
What does pondering look like?
You look off.
Yeah.
Let me ponder that a minute.
Okay, you don't. If you have to tell me,
I believe that dog will eat anything you put in front of it, man.
you're not a good actor if you have to say I'm pondering right now while you're pondering. Ponder. All right, we got a dynamite Kimmy doesn't love her dog kind of break for you this morning here on CMF. It's Friday. You know what that means?
Ooh, creepy time.
Yeah, that's right. Creep kept coming at you just after 7 o'clock. All the disgusting things Tommy said all week long. And also just after 7, happy Valentine's Day to everybody.
Oh, right.
New York State is screaming at the top of their lungs.
About Valentine's Day?
Yes, be careful.
Oh, what?
Well, they've seen in the last month with Valentine's Day approaching an increase in this scamola.
They're scamming Valentine's?
Well, yeah,
Seems like
man.
there's a scam for every holiday, really.
Well, here's the thing, Kimmy. I mean, this scam is not Valentine's Day
Yeah.
exclusive. It just kind of fits in a little better because you want someone around Valentine's Day. I mean, we've all been there. If you are single on Valentine's Day, you feel extra lonely.
Okay.
So, I mean, if you meet someone online.
Like a Lonely Hearts Club.
Yeah,
Okay.
but if you meet someone online and they're into you and you're into them and all of a sudden
Wow.
things are going well and, they just ask for a couple of bucks because they need to get by a little bit.
Yeah, sure.
Yeah. I'm here to argue that maybe letting grandma, grandpa, mom, or dad get ripped off in this scheme isn't the worst thing in the world.
Oh.
Because what's worse? Having a bunch of money with nobody or losing some money thinking you have somebody?
Well, what's some money?
We'll get
Like,
into it.
what's it going to cost?
We'll get into it just after 7 o'clock here in the break room on CMF, plus a whole bunch more. But first, Tommy.
Yeah.
Speaking of Valentine's Day, we were talking about yesterday what is romance when it comes to going out tonight. And I mean, if you want to, you could spend $1,000 on dinner,
$1,000.
drinks, whatever. Most people don't have that.
Yeah.
You're buying all your food from the TV for your dog. I can't
Right.
afford anything else. There is a restaurant, one in every town, that is offering a hell of a deal. Why are you laughing?
It's going to be busted.
2 for 1. No, Tommy.
2 for 1 busted ass Valentine's.
Some of us don't have a magic pantry where you just open it and food magically
You think
appears.
your old lady wants to go to some busted ass?
Here's the thing, man. You don't even have to go for this.
Oh, really?
I am under the impression, I am of the belief, and I think Kimmy's going to back me up, that sometimes alone and easy is a better Valentine's Day than expensive and out.
Oh.
And we'll get into it next here in the break room on CMF. A very happy Valentine's Day to everybody listening.
Oh, that's sweet of you, Pat.
You know there's like 15 guys listening. They're like, oh, no. Oh, no. So here's the thing.
What's up?
There's an expectation, at least you believe, for Valentine's Day from our lady friend.
Oh, yeah.
And if you wanted to, I mean, you could go out and spend $1,000 on dinner tonight.
You don't have to do that, but you got to step up.
See, but what is stepping up? Because, okay, at its most base level, Valentine's Day is a night that you want to spend with your loved one.
Right.
And it doesn't necessarily mean you have to drop a whole bunch of money or go to a fancy place to do it, because there is a deal today where you could be eating for two for the price of one.
Wow, 2 for $1 always makes a lady feel special.
You're hanging out in the break room, Rochester's Classic Rock.
I'm so pretty.
96.5 WCMF. Just after 6:45, you're a big coffee guy.
Oh, yeah.
And
Gotta have it.
look, I'm not a coffee person. I'm ignorant to this world. But there are 3 new types of this coffee shop that are opening in Rochester. And I don't know if this is a trendy thing. I don't know if this is a classic thing. I'm going to have to lean on you here. But when it comes to the style of coffee, where your coffee comes from, does it matter? Because if it does, these places are going to blow up and be ultra successful.
So when you say where your coffee comes from, like the country?
You got it. Where in the world that coffee is coming from. And we'll get to it just after 6:45 here in the break room on CMF. You guys ready to save some money on Valentine's Day?
Yeah.
Today, they are offering buy one, get one free Whoppers at Burger King.
Oh, my God. Every lady wants to
BOGO Whoppers.
get dressed up and eat a
Sounds
Whopper.
dirty.
So here's the thing. It is valid for today and today only. It does say you have to be a member of their loyalty program. And
I didn't know they had a loyalty
Yeah.
program.
Well, I mean, it's Burger King, Kimmy. They got a loyalty program. And it may only be available on the app, so don't show up at Burger King and demand your buy one, get one free Whopper. But if you feel like jumping through those hoops, you can get yourself a half-price Valentine's Day dinner for you and your lover. All right, Kimmy, let me ask you a question. Because you are not what I would call a high-maintenance woman.
Thank you, I think.
You're welcome. If tonight your husband got off of work, came home with 2 Whoppers, 2 fries.
Oh, you better bring home double the order.
Okay. But
We're going buy one, get one, and a buy one, get one.
Okay, so 4 Whoppers.
One BOGO for you, one BOGO for me.
Okay.
4 Whoppers.
Look, I'm not here to shame you for whatever gets you going.
That's a foot of Whoppers.
Can I get 1 cubic yard of Whopper, please? Would that be romantic enough? An evening alone with your husband watching Netflix slamming
I would
Whoppers?
love like a fast food and Netflix kind of night. That
But
sounds
that's
awesome.
every night.
No, it's not. Like we don't, fast food is something like we only do, like we plan for that.
When's
We're
the
like,
last time
tonight
you
is going to be a, not good for you kind of food night.
I mean, she's not wrong. Like when you're going out, you're not getting anything. You're going to spoil yourself. That's what Valentine's
like if we're gonna
Day is.
if we're gonna do the BOGO Whoppers, we're getting it all.
So you're not down with this?
No.
Why?
Because it's like you just chintz it out.
So you had
if your lady's getting all dressed up and she looking fine, she's sending a message and it ain't a Whopper.
Well, but you're painting.
Well, if she's
I mean, unless
dressing
you
up,
gotta-
then she has a different expectation.
Yes, thank you.
It's Valentine's Day. She
No, but I'm
wants to be
saying,
rude.
but I would think like she would have a little bit of an idea of where you're going.
Yeah.
Like if she shows up in her Friday night going out outfit, you're not going to Burger King.
Right, but that's what she's gonna want.
Okay. The phone number is 252-WCMF, 252-9263. Forgive me for questioning you, telling women what they
Hey,
want.
I'm stepping up, man.
Well, really, what are you doing?
Stepping up.
I'm waiting.
I
Got
can't say.
Oh,
I can't say.
You
I
guys
don't
got
want
a
to say.
resume.
My
I can't say
wife
it. Well,
may be listening.
I don't
Big
have
surprise.
I don't have a plan. I have a semblance of a plan.
I step.
Bro,
Big time step.
step my balls, man. You're
I'd love to
squat-
step on your balls.
Are you into that?
Well, let's find out.
Bro, you're squatting in her house. Like, how can you pretend you're big money right now? Hey, baby, I'll take you out to
You
wherever.
know I throw it around, man.
You don't have a mortgage. Of course you can throw it around. You got a magic pantry where you open it and there's just food inside.
I will say this, man. If you got a good-looking wife, I don't think she wants a Whopper.
Okay,
man.
so-
And is she looking fine and she maintains her body, you're going to go get her a Whopper?
Do you hear yourself
I mean,
right
unless
now?
your spouse is, a chubaloo with a chipped tooth, yeah, she'll take a Whopper.
Chubaloo with a chipped tooth is my favorite Ribs Arkansas song.
Chubaloo with a chipped tooth. I got a Whopper for you, darling.
Okay, you could write anything with
I got
tooth.
one in my hand and one in my pants. That's what I call country romance.
All right, so hear me.
I brought it around.
No, you didn't. Hear me out here.
What?
Hear me out. With this buy one, get one free Whopper deal with their loyalty program today, it looks like it's only available on their app. A Friday night Valentine's Day, which is today.
Yeah, Mama's putting on her sexiest diabetic boot.
He's not listening.
I'm
He's not
listening to
at all.
you.
Kimmy, a Friday night Valentine's Day is every man's worst
Added
nightmare.
pressure.
Sure
yeah,
it
because Friday night, you can't. Because I could see, like, if it falls on, like, a Tuesday or a Wednesday, and she's like, I'm too tired to do anything anyways. Let's just keep it easy tonight. But Friday night, the expectations are going to be heightened for
It's
sure.
game on.
Not only that, but look, men have a tendency to drag their feet, especially with Valentine's Day. And the fact that it's Friday night, there were some guys that earlier this week went to make reservations and realized every place.
late.
It's gone.
But
right?
if you're a guy my age, you know the score. You know the drill. A young guy, okay. Somebody your age, you got to step up early and make those resis and get
sneak
that
up
stuff
on
done.
anybody, though, right?
Okay. Again.
Sneak up because it ain't no sneaking up.
Again.
It comes every year, man.
You're my boy.
Well, if
Just
you have
like your
kids and stuff,
grandpa.
you might not even know.
Only once?
She's grandpa,
His
man. Give the guy
birthday?
a break.
All right, come on. It's your birthday. Let's get this over with.
You might not know what your schedule looks like if you're busy until, like, a couple days before, right?
And you hit it on the head. Like, yeah, you're my boy and I love you, but you have the most charmed life of all time. You work for 4 hours a day. You have no hobbies. You have no part-time job. You have no obligations. So, yes, it is easy for you to remember this stuff. If you've got kids, if you've got an actual job, if you have other things going on in your life, it is easy for stuff like this to fall through the cracks and then, oh, my God, what do I do?
That just sounds like a lazy excuse for somebody.
Okay.
Because this is her day.
Every
And
day
you're-
is her day. Am I wrong? Her birthday, her day. Christmas, her day. Valentine's Day, her day. How many days they get? Man, anniversary, her day. Name me a day for us.
Oh, I'm enjoying your show right
Name
now.
me a day for us.
I'm
Go
not
ahead.
sure whose side you're on anymore.
Go ahead. No, name me a day for us. I'm just saying, like,
I'm stepping away from this forest fire. Right
there
now.
is so much pressure for so many days because it's their day. I think that you, being the ignorant idiot, not knowing what romance actually is,
I know what romance is.
puts too much pressure
Like
on
candles and stuff.
mankind. Yeah, you could light a candle and eat a Whopper. Ain't against the law.
You light a candle in the wall.
That's right.
Turn if the
out.
power's out.
252 WCMF. Let's talk to Larry. Hey, Larry, how are you, buddy?
Hey, I'm doing pretty good, but I got a time saver for the guys out there for Valentine's Day.
Okay.
Okay, you haven't got your card yet, so you go to the Valentine's Day card aisle, and what you do is you put your arm out, you make a great big figure eight back and forth, eyes, one hand over your eyes, poke forward. Whatever card you hit, that's the one you give the girl. Basically, it doesn't matter what they get, as long as they get a card. All the cards have stuff on there that we either don't mean or
Hey, which card you get? Oh, deceased wife.
I mean, Larry, he's right.
Hey, this is from the kids. Mommy's in heaven. You're an idiot, Larry. Larry, you are a buffoon.
Hey, well, I appreciate that.
I can't read, and I can at least pick out a card, bro.
I know. I think like picking out a card's the easy part. Just pick something with
They
a nice
literally
message.
give you the categories,
Yeah.
man. They got every category, every ethnicity, whatever you want, they got.
Larry, let me ask you a question, bud. You married? You're married, man?
No.
Okay. Shut up,
What
Larry.
happened, Larry?
Don't.
I have one deceased.
Oh, I got
Who
a
saw-
card for you,
who
bro.
Saw that? How did you not see that
Oh,
coming?
I don't
you
care.
idiot?
Larry, I
How
got
did
a
you
card
not see
for
that
you.
coming? All right, Larry, I guess what I'm
That was
asking.
the day before Christmas it happened.
Okay, way to go, you dick. Way to go.
He's making it.
He's not
I
making
don't
it
think
up.
he is.
Way to go.
Why
Larry.
am I? Why
No,
am I
no.
a dick?
I'm talking to Tommy, Larry. Larry, I was calling
Oh.
Tommy a dick.
Oh well, he is.
Thank you. That's why I said it, Larry. We were on the same dick team here.
You got it. You know what? Like I want to call in and voice my opinion on that to get you guys on a roll and get some fun going here this morning. You know, it's.
I think you
it's a
did.
blast with you guys.
I appreciate it, Larry. And Larry, have a happy Valentine's Day, buddy. Thanks for the call.
Bye.
Okay, there goes Larry. How did you not see that coming?
I don't care,
You know, I love
man.
you. You know, I'm tough, man. When he ain't in front of me, I'll say whatever I want.
Yeah, I will,
Yeah,
man.
Check me out. I'm so tough.
Well, if he starts a fight with me, he's going to close his eyes anyway and come at me like this.
But here's the thing.
That's how I pick out cards.
I look at your romance and his romance. It's the same thing.
How?
You're just doing what you're told.
Well, yeah, that's
Throwing
why
a
the
dart at the
Valentine's
board.
Day is getting in line.
That's why the Valentine's Day is get line.
yes.
Bro,
It's like the military.
you have no creativity. You just
Nobody
do.
does.
No, that's not true. I mean, look, tonight.
What are you doing creative?
Well, no, my point is this.
What was that?
Right? Like, you will never think outside the box because you have been told to do this. You're
She
being
wants the box.
controlled, man,
Want the
by
box?
the man.
Get in the box if you want the box.
There's romance for you.
She don't want outside the box. She doesn't want your creative hippie thinking.
Have you ever asked your wife what she wants for Valentine's Day?
Yeah.
No, you haven't.
Yes.
What?
Well, which one?
There you go.
I have many wives.
You've never asked your wife what
yes,
she actually
I have.
wants. Okay,
You get an idea what she's into.
the way that you're saying it tells
No,
me.
I believe that he's asked because
Yeah.
he doesn't have the creative factor going. So he's always going to get her exactly what she tells him.
Ooh.
What's wrong with that?
Yeah,
No,
'cause
that
I
was
would
an
love a day
insult.
where I
mean,
got exactly
no,
what I wanted.
I'm just saying, I don't think that you are somebody who's big on surprises.
No, but what's funny about
But what's
that?
a surprise? The
You-
surprise is you know it's coming.
You would love a day you got exactly what you wanted. You hate everything. You could get everything you wanted. Be like, let me tell you why this sucks.
Well, if she chinces out, I'm not going to be happy.
Like, as we're talking about, like, food at home, fast food, whatever. Like, tonight,
Yeah.
there are pizza places that are selling heart-shaped pizzas. They will deliver to your door. Kimmy, is that not romantic?
Sounds pretty cool to me.
There you go.
She wants a
But maybe
heart-shaped
I'm not
pizza.
the right person to base this off.
Yeah, anything with pepperoni, she's in.
I mean, you and your lover, a bottle of booze,
Yeah.
Netflix, on a heart-shaped pizza. What's wrong with that?
Okay, that's nice. That's nice.
So what's the difference between that and a Whopper?
Not much. Not
So there
much.
you go. It's nice.
Not special, not out of the box. Here's your pizza slice.
But you just said
and
don't
your-
go out of the box.
And your dark wine.
I don't know what you want.
No, exactly. He doesn't either. He
Take
just-
her out. Make her feel special. It's pretty
Okay.
easy.
Okay, it's not easy.
It's very easy.
It's expensive. You have to plan ahead.
Mhm.
By the way, you go to one
That's
of these.
what makes it special.
Oh my god.
You phoning in
Also,
your pizza and your
I
Whopper.
will say, if you plan on doing the dinner date night,
Yeah.
don't assume that they're gonna squeeze you in if you don't have a
Oh,
reservation.
those people are the worst.
Because there will
you're
be
tapped,
people
yeah.
that try
It's
to
too
do
late.
that.
Can we just sit at the bar as everybody is
Yeah.
shoulder to shoulder?
Yeah, you can't do it. You're out.
All right. Look, what I'm saying is, do not listen to the man sitting across from me. He has already made one terrible mistake this morning.
I've been nailing Valentine's Day since day one.
No, you haven't.
No,
You-
the rest of the marriage has fallen apart a few times. But I'm just saying, I usually did a pretty good Valentine's Day.
Says you.
Yeah.
I know one of your ex-wives. I bet you she would have something else to
She
say.
don't count.
Oh, she don't count?
No.
Why is that?
She's got an agenda up there. Don't listen to her.
Let's take a break. I'm going to have to lean on you for this one.
I'm going to help you out. But
No, you can't.
I just helped out Larry.
Yeah, no, you nailed Larry. You ruined Larry. Way to go.
Larry ruined Larry long before I met him.
Larry ruined Larry. There are count them, three new coffee shops opening up that are selling
Ooh.
this specific product. And I'll be
Yeah.
honest with you, I was unaware this was a thing, but you being the coffee expert you are, you're probably well-versed. There are literally 100 different places you can go get your coffee.
Yeah.
Right? But when it comes to where in the world your coffee comes from,
Oh, the location.
have we gotten that snobby with this now premium, high-end, status symbol beverage?
There is kind of a theory out there with coffee people.
Oh.
Yeah, and there actually was a TV show based on it, but it only lasted 4 episodes because I think something went wrong.
Or nobody wants to watch a show about coffee.
It was pretty good, bro.
Yeah, no, it sounds really good. We're going to tell you
Yeah.
what worldly beverage you can now try at 3 completely separate new businesses next here in the break room. WCMF. Tommy, let's talk about one of your favorite things.
Oh, what's that?
Coffee.
Oh, I love me some Joe.
Because if you wanted, you could drive to one of 50 places,
God.
right? Just
Yeah.
to get a cup of regular old Joe, go about your day. But then there are the higher levels. Coffee that comes from far-off lands that we can only dream about. And our town is getting 3 new options of coffee for a country that apparently is known for their beans.
All right.
You're hanging out in the break room, Rochester's Classic Rock 96.5, WCMF, just after 7 o'clock. It's Friday. You know what that means?
Oh, I think we're going to get a little creepy.
All the disgusting things Tommy said all week long. Creep kept coming at you. And the state of New York is screaming at people, lonely people, do not become victims of this. And to other folks, watch out for your families becoming a victim of this. And they say around Valentine's Day is when these scams really kick up. But here's the thing. As much as you don't want to see your family member, friend taken advantage of financially and emotionally, isn't thinking you have someone and losing some money better than not having anyone?
Oh.
We'll get to it just after 7 o'clock here in the break room on CMF. Tommy?
Yeah, buddy.
There are 3, count them 3, new Arabic coffee shops that are coming to Rochester, New York. So Lealai will be opening at Henrietta. It looks like it's in the old Boston market there.
Okay.
They will have authentic Arabic coffee imported from Yemen along with some sweet treats. Looks like they may be open now. Al Bun will be opening in April in Rochester's East End. That'll be across the street from Veneto. All of these words I'm saying I don't understand.
What is their coffee?
They same thing, coming from
Yemen.
That area, Arabic
Yeah.
coffee, right? The rich traditional flavors of Yemen is what they say. And then Mocha, the final Arabic coffee shop opening in Rochester. That'll be in College Town near the U of R. They say they're serving hot drinks and more. So that's 3 coffee shops in the Arabian tradition, ready to give you a taste from the other side of the world. So, Tommy, I don't drink coffee.
Yeah.
You love coffee.
Oh, yeah.
When
My Italian coffee.
When it comes to coffee, give me the 3 biggest countries coffee can come from.
You got your Costa Rica.
Okay?
You got you Brazil.
Okay.
And you've got your Ethiopia.
Ethiopia?
Yeah, so I know like Ethiopia's got like really good coffee.
Oh, no kidding.
Yeah.
All right, so this is how ignorant I didn't even have I had 3. I thought it was Colombia, Italy, and Arabia.
So
And I know Arabia's not a country, but go with me here.
But I always figured like the scarier the country, the better the bean. I'm telling you, man, the more if it's dangerous, it's good to the last drop.
Right now, my husband loves Cuban coffee. That's like,
Cubans make coffee?
I guess.
Well, he drinks Cuban style coffee.
Cuban
Okay,
style
do you hear this?
coffee.
Do you hear
I don't
this?
even know. I don't know.
So you
because
put a lot
I'm
of
not-
sugar in it. It's like a little shot, but it's got a ton of sugar.
Did you? He just
Oh, no, I don't-
actually you, by the way.
I don't know
Well,
if he
actually,
puts sugar in it.
Well, actually, Cubans don't make coffee. They have a style of coffee.
No, they do. Cuban coffee is very good.
Okay.
You know,
All right.
but it's very sweet.
Not for you.
Yeah, I couldn't do it.
Okay.
But I would say, yeah, I've never had. I don't think I've ever drinking Arabian coffee.
Have you drank it, though?
I didn't know if I. What did I say
Drunken?
wrong?
Drinking? I don't think I've ever drinking.
That's a word.
No, it's not. Drinking is
Oh,
not
so
a
if I
word.
said I was drinking, you wouldn't know what I was
No,
talking
if
about?
you were drinking.
If I say a
was
word,
drinking.
you understand it. That's a word.
If you were drinking.
I don't go by standard words.
You can't put me in a box, man.
All right, so if I drunk.
Drank. Oh, my
drunken.
God. How do you
All right,
not
so if
know
I
English?
drunken
Shut up.
Arabic coffee.
You sound drunken. You've never had Arabic coffee?
No, I don't know. I don't think so, but I would try it.
Okay.
It's probably very rich.
All right, so let's forget where the beans.
Because those people are rich.
Let's.
And Yemen's very dangerous. So I like it.
Okay, but I don't know if the beans come from Yemen or if it's just a style of coffee.
Okay, yeah.
So let's talk style of coffee then, because, like, you're not going to walk into a place and say, give me an Ethiopian latte, right? When it comes to style, Colombian, Italian, Arabian, of those 3, your best would be.
Well, I drink Italian.
You love Italian.
Yeah.
Okay.
So I drink like espresso, lattes, cappuccino.
Yeah, because you're a tough guy. I know all you Greece and Gates folks listening grew up watching your parents dunk biscotti and lattes, probably feel the same way.
Yeah,
right?
they all
Like,
drank espressos or demi-tasse.
Do you. What?
Demi-tasse, it's also called.
What is
Italians drink what they call demi-tasse.
What is that?
It's a similar coffee.
Okay.
It's a similar way of brewing the coffee, but they do it on a stove.
Okay.
Oh.
He has been waiting so long.
You ask. I love like when you ask.
I've
no,
actually
no.
never heard of it.
I give you an answer.
I said
and
latte.
then,
Nobody asked demi-tasse. You tried to squeeze that in there.
Yeah.
You try and sound cultured because you're an idiot. You know what I like? I like Dubadas.
Do you
Oh,
know
Pat's-
anybody
yeah.
that's actually done that?
What's that?
I don't even know how to say demi-tasse.
I've never
Demi-tasse.
I've
Demi-tasse?
never drinking the demi-tasse.
Sounds like something you just made up.
Absolutely.
Look it up.
Oh,
I don't
he
know how
made
to
it up.
spell it.
How do you spell it?
D-E-tasse. I don't know how to spell.
There's no
you
M.
went to college.
The M is the
I've
opposite.
never heard of this coffee.
You probably went to school with a Demi-Tasse. You didn't know Tommy Demi-Tasse?
I thought he was Greek.
He was?
I don't know.
I think the Greeks really do good coffee, too.
Okay, well, yeah, every diner, fantastic.
Okay,
But you dunk your
no.
hot dog in it.
it has to do with Demi-Tasse coffee.
Hmm?
It's French for half cup. So it's coffee served in a Demi-Tasse cup.
That's what
which
I
is
said. It's a way
which
of
is a
doing
small
coffee.
cup.
Did you hear how confident he
I know.
was and how smart he wanted to sound?
I told you.
It's
That's
half the
exa-
size of a regular cup
That's
of
what I
coffee.
said. A little cup
You
of
could
Demi-Tasse
not
coffee.
have gotten that more wrong. God, you're
But
an idiot.
And it's
I
French.
didn't make it up.
No,
it's
you
a
did.
word.
No, it's a
I
word.
just didn't
You
know what it
made up
meant.
everything around it.
But I didn't know what it meant.
Bro, you don't know anything about anything. This is the one realm in which you are the expert in this room,
Yeah.
and you still somehow manage to screw it up. You're the dumbest person I've ever met. Why am I friends with you?
Because you're an idiot.
252 WCMF. There are
Demi-Tasse.
three new coffee places coming to Rochester, all of them serving Arabic coffee. And you said didn't know about Arabic
No,
coffee.
I would try it.
I've never heard of it before. Kimmy, have you had Arabic coffee
I
before?
don't think so. But for me to tell the difference between certain types of coffee, you'd have to line them up and I'd have to try them right next to each other because I'm not like a coffee pro, I guess.
Okay, I have two coffee questions.
Yeah.
And the phone number is 252-WCMF, 252-9263. As we talk about Colombian, Italian, French, Arabic, do you drink the coffee that aligns with your culture, your ethnicity?
It's probably where you got introduced to coffee, right?
Okay, well, I'm
I
wondering.
mean, Italian, right?
Okay.
If you grew up with a French family, I mean, same thing.
But, like, I don't know any French people. Do you?
No,
Okay.
but I've heard of them.
How do we not have any French people around?
So I noticed one thing, like when I was in the South, and it was like when I was deep South, and it was like more like New Orleans and like that area.
Okay.
So because I had family from down there, they used to put chicory in their coffee, and it was disgusting.
What is?
I have no idea,
Oh.
but it's like a spice almost.
Yeah.
Oh.
And man, it don't taste anything like coffee.
So then if you're Italian, you're going to go with the Italian
I
style.
don't
Right.
think that's. You think that's the case?
I don't know.
I'm
Like,
asking.
I guess I'm wondering because I don't know anybody that specifically only drinks the type of coffee related to the ethnicity or the background they come from.
Okay.
I think it's just whatever kind of coffee you prefer, whatever kind of coffee you started drinking.
Okay. But, I mean, odds are if you grew up in a heavily ethnic family,
Maybe.
that's
You
the kind of
drank
coffee,
that
yes.
coffee.
I guess.
But
Wait.
if you were like Irish or something, like a
Well, you drop booze in it.
booze, and you probably just drank regular drip coffee.
Okay.
With a little shot, you sweeten it up a little bit.
By
as
the
they
way,
say.
did you hear him dismissive
Regular
of that?
drink coffee.
What's that?
You Irish just drink regular drip coffee.
Irish people are
Oh,
very
you
base,
Irish.
but you're base people. You are. I mean, you're phenomenal, man. You came to this country, did the jobs we didn't want to do. And
Not
then
like the
I-
Italians
I-
who came in
I-
with all their rocket science.
No, we
degrees.
stole everything. I understand that. And we took your best women. But what I'm saying
Fuck
is,
your best women.
you people are good. You're hardworking people.
Uh-huh.
You're good craftsmen.
The,
Except for the Titanic.
the second.
Kind of phoned it in on that one.
Fun
with the
fact.
divots.
Yeah, no, you want to talk about Italian? That doesn't mean
Look at the
Fun-
Lusitania, man. Quickest to the bottom.
The most popular coffee order in Ireland is an Americano.
No kidding.
So it's half espresso, half regular coffee.
You want to Google that to make
Yeah, you know I'm right.
No, it's not.
Yes, it is.
No, Americano is kind of watered down coffee, isn't it?
No, it's half espresso,
All
half
right, hold
regular.
on.
Yeah, it's like a Dumas.
Demi-Tasse.
No, I was talking about you
Ass.
you Dumas.
Okay.
I was
An
right. Just say I was
Americano
right.
is an espresso-based coffee drink made with hot water and espresso.
I have never,
Yeah, so you add a little.
You're just adding water to espresso.
Yeah, so you got American it
So
up.
there's
I've never,
It's called a demi-tasse.
I'm never
You like that?
listening to
I don't know what you're
anything
doing.
you ever say again for the rest of your life.
What?
Because no, I
am-
believed in you
I
here.
was gonna say I'm a
I
little
believed in you.
disappointed at how little you know
Thank
about.
you.
Like I thought you were gonna be a pro here,
I am. I
and
introduced you
you've
many
been
words.
wrong every time.
No, like I was waiting for you to start dropping Arabic coffee facts on me,
As
right?
soon as I do, you shoot him down.
Because you're wrong about two things in 3 minutes.
I said Yemen's very scary.
I don't. Okay, fine.
Yemen is very scary.
You been to Yemen?
No, don't go. Everybody walks around with daggers. Did you know that? All the men have daggers. You have a dagger. You have to walk around with one.
Okay,
And it's stab, drink, drink.
I'm done taking.
Stabbing and a drinking.
Drinking and a stabbing. I'm done.
Walking around Yemen.
The second question I have
What's that?
is: are people willing to pay more based on a foreign-sounding coffee?
You know we're all suckers for that stuff, man. As soon as you slap a foreign word in it, it's got to be good. It's got to be imported, very very special area.
But you just
I
said yourself you were
definitely-
excited to try Arabic
Do you
coffee.
think it's the style of coffee or where the coffee comes from that gets trendy, or is it what people put in their coffee that's the trendy thing? Because remember, for a while it was like you put a stick of butter in your coffee,
like Danger.
And right now I think it's mushroom coffee is like a thing.
That's
got
got
to
to be nasty. Remember I
about.
tried that mushroom jerky?
Another dumb thing you did.
Yeah.
It'll be good, guys. It's demi-tasse mushrooms.
Now, your wife, being Jamaican,
Yeah.
she's got to be into that Jamaican Blue Mountain stuff.
So
because that stuff is like rare and super expensive.
Why does Folgers make Jamaican Blue Mountain? Because that's what she drinks.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
I'm surprised.
Why?
Because she's kind of top shelf.
What do you mean?
She's a top shelf kind of person. She likes the finer things.
So people that drink Folgers aren't they're low end.
Oh, super low end, bro. That's about as low as it gets.
All right, hold on one
That's
sec.
like ground. That's like drinking mud.
All right, hold on one sec. Hey, honey, Tommy
I
says
bet you're
low
wrong.
end. Bro,
I bet you
buy
she
it
drinks
for her
Jamaican-
when I go to the grocery store.
But like this Jamaican Blue Mountain is like super rare,
Uh-huh.
and Jamaica,
Yeah.
a little dangerous right now. It's on the no-fly list. Gotta be careful over there.
Like I love how you thought you were like connecting with Cole. Let me tell you something, man. I'm into something that your wife may be into. Yeah, I'm an old white guy, but I know about Jamaican
No,
coffee.
we talk every time I'm with your wife. We talk all kind of cool stuff.
No, you
We
don't.
talk jazz.
Uh-huh.
We talk coffee.
Yeah, she's just patronizing you.
Travel.
She just goes, when is this old man going to stop talking? Can you tell how much? Can you tell something? How much can you tell about someone based on the type of coffee they drink? Do you think you can nail someone down based on what they're drinking?
Yeah, I think so.
'Cause,
Like,
like-
what type of person they are?
Yeah, like Italian latte sounds fancy, right? But you could also have a contractor's wife who's always made him that every day, and he left the house.
That's true.
You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So, like, I mean, Kimmy, do you think you can pin somebody down based on the type of coffee they drink?
No, because I would have had Tommy drinking like straight black coffee or espresso, and you love to put a bunch of stuff in your coffee.
I like-
you
yeah, I
like
like
your
a
coffee a
latte.
certain way.
Yeah.
What do you mean? Look at his outfit. You thought he was
No,
drinking.
but I could picture him sipping like an espresso out of a little.
I mean, I
cup
do
with a
sometimes,
plate, you
but
know?
it's not my go-to.
Oh, you're talking about Americano.
Or what was
No,
it?
what was the French one?
Decate, I don't know.
Demi-
Yeah,
Tess.
Tecate.
Tecate.
Tecate. Delicious
Whatever
coffee
it is.
and Mexican food.
Well, to your point, so my father-in-law from my second marriage,
Yeah, yeah.
Big Tony. So Big Tony was born in Sicily, came here as a kid, and little wiry Italian guy was in construction his whole life. He had those little scary hands that kind of look like baseball gloves.
Like you've seen him in Gremlins, the movie.
Yes.
Yeah.
And to your point, Tony would drink, espresso in a little cup
Yeah.
and smoke those Denobly, those little cigars. And he also chain smoked. But if you saw him there, he's drinking those little cups of coffee. And you would think but he was also like a regular guy.
All right.
So he was
Yeah.
not like a foo-foo guy.
'Cause-
He was he was a regular dude.
Like I would think
Like
Tommy.
break in half kind of guy.
Okay, you're making it worse the
I
more
know,
you
I
talk.
know.
But he also
know.
drove a pearl white Eldorado.
Yeah, that's the most Italian thing I've ever
Yes.
heard.
But if I told you, the guy drives a Cadillac and drinks little Italian cups of coffee, that doesn't sound like a really tough guy. But he was.
Like Tommy, I would have had you as like a coffee snob saying
I
like,
am.
well, you can't really taste the type of bean if you add things to your coffee. You're supposed to take it black.
It turns out you a bitch. A Dumas bitch.
I like it black, too. I mean, I like black.
When's the last
I
time
drink
you had black coffee?
Yeah, I know. I've never
Uh,
seen you drink it like that.
I mean, I've had it. I mean, it's not my go-to.
Like
but,
when you forget your coffee, I got to order it for you. It takes me 15 minutes to click all the little boxes you want on Uber Eats.
but if we're out of milk at the house, I'll just drink it. I'll just drink it like a shot of espresso.
Wow, Christ on a cross.
But yeah, I like how you ask me a question and you shoot me down for the answer.
Yeah, because you have no right answers. Do not blow. I like my coffee. It's
Demi-tasse.
Yeah, same thing. You don't even know what it is, stupid. Let's take a break. It's Friday. You know what that means?
Oh, what is that?
It's got cream cap.
Oh, okay. I like the cream
Finally,
cap.
something you're good at. All the gross things Tommy said all week long. And, with Valentine's Day today, the state of New York all week has been screaming at New York residents.
Yeah.
Do not fall for this.
All right.
Because around Valentine's Day, this scam kicks up.
Ooh.
And it's heartbreaking to see your loved ones, your friends, fall for something like this.
Yeah.
Right? And it's easy to take advantage of someone who is lonely. But if we take a step back here and look at this story, especially this time of year,
Yeah.
can you make an argument that maybe it's better to spend money and think you have someone?
On how much? Because, we've seen some whoppers lately, man. Like, we're seeing, figures I've never seen before.
I'm going to here to tell you where the road is out.
Yes.
We'll get into it next here in the break room on CMF. We all want somebody to love,
Oh, yeah.
especially on a day like this.
Mhm.
But finding that person can be harder for some people than it is for others.
Yeah.
And that can lead to situations like this one.
What do you do?
Loved ones, Tommy, who believe they found the partner of their dreams, and you actually see what's going on.
Mm-hmm.
And as much as you want to stop it, as much as you don't like seeing your family member getting taken advantage of,
Yeah.
is it possible, when you stand back and look at the whole situation,
Yeah, you pull back.
that maybe the best thing to do is to let it happen? You're hanging out in the break room. Rochester's Classic Rock 96.5. WCMF. We'll get to that in just a second. But it being a day of romance,
Oh, yeah, buddy.
I mean, there's nothing more romantic than this.
Let your creep fly.
Tommy Mulet's Valentine's Day present to all of you out there. All the disgusting things he said all week long. It's a creep cap, and it happens now on CMF.
Hey there. You feeling creepy? Well, you're about to be. Come get some of this creep cap on the break room on WCMF.
How does one define love?
Bona.
Ha!
Rock on one, baby.
For God's sakes,
That's what
man.
she said.
Since you can do neck exercises so that it doesn't happen.
I did those last night, man. Didn't
Yeah?
do nothing.
Yeah?
Your mom enjoyed it.
Okay.
But she wants a plan.
Okay.
Have a plan, get a sticky hand. Enjoy your Valentine.
One that doesn't rhyme.
That's
So
Tuesday.
all the boys pulled it.
No.
I don't know. I'm saying this seems like limited
Ground
research
control,
here.
stop touching your dong. In my village, my lonely village, we had one large screen TV. We'd all gather around to watch the pornography and eat avocados. One small cracked man. But I can't finish. Hello, Neil, Buzz. Pat and I are sitting here right now, and when you get through rubbing one out, we're all excited for you to come back down. And be careful on re-entry. I hear that stuff can really get spread around. I didn't get laid. I would have still tried for that coochie, man.
Yeah, because you're a piece of crap.
Listen, man, we're already out.
You're already out. I know you're a bad person,
I'm
but...
rock solid. Let's go, baby.
Okay.
Wait, secretions in space?
So
Secretions in space! Your whole hand?
Oh, we're gonna have a night, baby.
For God's sakes!
That's what she said.
Talk about romance. Let's see if we can get the whole hand sticky tonight, baby.
Let's go to the elbow, darling. Oh, there's gonna be some
That's right,
tacos, baby. We gonna eat a whole of tacos. No, you can't just go tacos. Tacos don't get you a taco.
It's so good to be a creep.
There it is, the creep cap on CMF. Happy Valentine's Day after that, everybody.
Yeah, come on, light up.
You know, it's funny. We bitch and moan about all the money you maybe have to spend today on your Valentine.
Yeah.
But there are people out there who would literally pay anything to have someone tell them, I love you.
A little companionship.
And it turns out a lot of folks are unknowingly doing just that.
Okay.
Story on News 8 this week says the state of New York is warning people in a rise of romance scams that always show up around Valentine's Day. And if you're not familiar with the romance scam, your grandma, your grandpa, your mom, your weird uncle, they meet someone online.
Yeah.
And they fall head over heels in love with them, despite the fact they've never actually met them.
Mm.
They know they're the one, Tommy.
Yeah.
And you find out that this loved one of yours has been sending this person money and gifts, thinking this is the person they're going to spend the rest of their life with. And it turns out that person does not exist.
Right.
According to New York State, last year, in just the state of New York, victims lost $25 million
Holy Christ.
Ooh.
in romance scams.
That's one state?
Wow.
And let's keep in mind, those are just the ones we know about, right? There are some people that
Yeah.
are too embarrassed to come
Or
forward.
they don't even know they got scammed.
Bingo. Bingo. And Kimmy, it's those people
Yeah.
that I want to talk about.
The people who aren't aware.
Are unaware
Okay.
they're being scammed. Tommy,
Mm.
do you know anyone whose family member has been wrapped up in something like this?
No.
Okay.
No.
Kimmy, have you met anybody whose family member has been wrapped up in something like this?
Oh, I don't think so. Not directly, no.
Okay.
Yeah.
So I know a couple of people who have family members that have fallen into
Yeah.
this. And each story is exactly the same. The loved ones find out that their relative's in this situation. They first gently try to tell their loved one this is not real. And
Yeah.
then that loved one gets
Gets
really
upset.
pissed.
Hey, because
Yeah.
you're telling them they're stupid.
Exactly.
Well,
yes.
and you're telling them that they wouldn't be worthy of that too.
Bingo.
And they're
you know?
embarrassed.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And for all of them that I've heard, at least people personally, the family members refuse to believe it. And they kick and they scream and they insist this person loves them and they need them and they've never been happier. And if you've had this show up in your family, the phone number is 252-WCMF, 252-9263. I want to talk to you.
Go ahead.
Tommy, you don't want to see your family member get taken advantage of.
Yeah, because they could get drained and be broke.
But
What?
is the kind thing to do just let it happen?
But to the point, like,
You don't want to bury them, though.
they could be
right?
wiped out.
Yeah.
Or significantly wiped. You know what I mean? Like what's the number you could tolerate them
Okay.
losing? Because that's really what it comes down to.
Okay, so let's ask that question in the end because I want to paint a scenario.
All
Here.
right.
Hear me out. 252-WCMF. We all want someone to make us happy,
Yeah,
right?
right.
All right.
Right.
And despite these folks getting ripped off, as far as they know, they are happy.
Mhm.
They have someone.
Right.
And if you take that away, sure, you are saving them the money that they're losing, but they're also alone again.
But
Yeah.
that cold hard truth is going to show up when the person doesn't materialize in front of them.
But for some people, that doesn't matter,
All right.
right? I mean, like just
Yeah.
knowing
Yeah.
someone somewhere loves them is good enough for
Well,
them.
what if grandma or grandpa they lose the house?
Okay. Well, go move in with your Ukrainian
No,
girlfriend.
But that's also my inheritance, man.
Okay, now you're being selfish.
I'm not being selfish. I'm not being selfish. You know, it's.
You can't even come up with words after that
know.
sentence.
But that's my money.
Demitas. No, it's their money.
Right, but when you croak, it becomes my money, and
Okay.
you're spending your croak money.
Kimmy, I'm going to talk to you for a
And
second.
there is no happiness at that age.
Kimmy,
Yeah.
I think it may be harder to deal with
Yeah.
believing no one can love you than losing a lot of money.
Because I think that
What?
so I watched like a whole like special on this, and there were people who like genuinely did not know they were being scammed. They thought this was a person who was in love with them. There were also people who kind of felt like in the back of their minds that this probably wasn't real, but they craved that connection so badly that even though
Like a
everybody
fantasy.
even though everybody laid out the proof and they met the real person that wasn't the person they thought they were talking to, they still continued to talk to that person and carry on that relationship because they wanted that connection. They wanted that attention, you know, like they felt like without it, they didn't have anything else.
I mean, the more that you think about it, and look, you're right. It gets to a point where this is unsustainable.
Right.
But at the same time, something is better than nothing. And we all go to work to afford things we want, right? If you want a boat, you go to work to get a boat.
Oh, yeah.
I mean, it could be something as simple as having a roof over your head.
Sure.
But if all this person wants in the world is someone to love them and they have to pay for it, what's the difference between that and a boat?
Is it that different than like
Well, I can
that,
use the boat. I can borrow the boat. I can't borrow your girlfriend.
Is it that different than somebody like that stereotype of a guy that goes to a strip club and spends all of his money on the dancers?
Those guys are said
and
too.
the
I know.
dancers, but just because, you know, they'll talk to him for a little while, he doesn't care.
But I told you I had a buddy lose a business
Yeah.
over
Yeah,
it.
I
Like,
know,
he's
but
dra-
could
so,
you
like,
stop
yeah.
him?
No, but like it. But at some point, like his whole family suffered. Like his whole family went down the drain, and he had like a lot of kids.
Okay, I understand.
And it wiped him out.
But that's a different situation where you're in a marriage, in a relationship, you have somebody there.
And here's the difference, and I'll say this quickly.
Okay. Quickly, go.
He was young, so he had time to financially recover. If you're my age and you go down this rabbit hole, you're wiped out. There's no recovering.
Okay. So then I'll ask what you brought up a second ago, maybe the most important question
What's
here.
that?
Again, the story on News 8 earlier this week, Valentine's Day here. The New York State says around Valentine's Day you see these romance scams, fake people scamming older, vulnerable, lonely people into believing they are somebody who loves them. They send them money, blah, 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 blah. Bang. You don't want to see your loved one do it. But is the more humane thing to just let them spend the money and believe somebody loves them? What is the number then, Tommy, that you could tolerate a loved one you losing annually?
Annually.
Yeah, because this could go on for years.
Yeah.
There are stories where they go on for decades. There is a man recently who is suing a woman in Las Vegas who he believed was, I mean, she's real.
Yeah.
He believed that they were going to be together forever. He sent her like $30 million over like 15
Wait, he
years.
got $30 million.
He was a whale, obviously.
I hope.
But like it went on for 15 years.
Yeah.
All right, so Tommy, annually, how much should this person be spending where you go, it's worth what they think they're getting?
I mean, it would have to be over a year.
Yeah.
less than 2G.
2G?
Wow,
You ain't
it's
getting a
gonna-
hot
yeah, it's
Ukrainian
gonna be-
girlfriend for 2G.
It's gonna be way more
well,
than
then
that.
you need to lower your standards. Find another country.
Kimmy, what's your number?
Try Moldova.
Where
That's
I
not a
knew
country.
Yeah, it's right next to it. Huh?
Moldova?
Moldova,
Is it Moldovia?
something like that.
Dumas?
Dumas. Oh, Demitas.
There we go.
The island of Demitas. No, I would be pissed if it was
2G. Kimmy, what's the number?
Okay, so I'm trying to think of like the most expensive hobby you can have. And it
Prostitution.
would, well, I'm saying like let's say that person just wanted to throw their money away on crafting or something.
Oh, like a hobby.
You know, like a hobby where that money they're spending it and it's not doing them any good.
Oh, how much are hobbies?
I've heard their hobbies are
Let's-
expensive
yeah.
as hell.
All right, so
let's
let's
say it's
say-
like 10 grand.
You're a hunter.
10 grand?
10 grand was the number I thought in my head,
Yeah.
too. Where anything 10 grand and below, I'm thinking to myself, this is
and that's
worth it. for them.
cashola, bro.
Yeah, but I mean, it's what? It's
That's
less.
like $30,000 before taxes.
It's like $1,400 a month, $1,500 a month. I mean,
That's
look,
a mortgage.
I understand, but it also makes them happy. Just like fishing or hunting or crocheting or pickleball would make them happy. If somebody was spending $1,500 a month on hunting, would you tell them to stop?
Well, no, because at least you're eating.
Well, no, maybe not. There are guys that go whole seasons without hitting a deer. How is that different than having a girlfriend in some weird country?
All right.
Yeah, I
Like,
mean,
as long as that person, doesn't have your social security number and banking
But they
information.
probably will if it's a scam. Like, here's the thing. Like, that's
but
a
let's
great.
say you're just sending them money.
Yeah.
You're just sending them straight, like a check, whatever, or cash, gift
that's
cards, whatever. I mean, you're
That's
still
$1,500.
kind of in control, I guess.
You're not really because you're getting jibed, but like I don't think it like that's a perfect scenario where it just kind of leveled out to $1,500 a month. But you know how these things go.
sure.
Yeah.
They end up just giving
Right.
it all
No,
away.
I mean, they
because
get sucked in
they
most of the
know,
time.
They know what they're doing. They know how to extract the money from your ass.
I understand. I guess what I'm saying is, and maybe this would be impossible, right, based
Yeah.
on what we're talking about. But if you have a choice between cut it off now and embarrass your grandma, grandpa, mom, dad, weird uncle, or
Yeah.
say, hey, you got to keep some money for yourself too. Just be careful how much you're spending. I would lean to the second one.
So so you're saying let them do it instead of having like the
Well-
hard conversation with them about where they are in
I
life.
think you can try to have the hard conversation, but if they're in denial, I think you
But at least you
have to
get it
manage
out.
it the best you can.
Look, you can't control them. Like
Yeah.
we couldn't control my
Yeah.
father.
I,
Sure.
I would
He
feel
found ways
guilty.
to spend his money.
I would feel guilty not telling them, you know what I mean? But I can't guarantee that they'll accept
They
that
won't.
information.
But like my brother had to have those hard conversations with my dad.
Yeah.
Because I have no spine.
Like you can't take a motorized cart from a grocery store to a bar and get drunk in the
Yes.
afternoon. Gotcha.
Yeah. Or wear rubber pants on a plane because you want to take a dump and a trip. But you have to like. Thank God he did it. Like he sat down with him and he gave him the unvarnished truth, and he was pissed.
Yeah.
But at least he goes, listen, man. I let him know.
But again, that's just your dad being an a-hole. Like
Right.
going back to Kimmy's point a second ago, if you're a family member, let's say you go to your family member, best case scenario, and you go, this is fake, and they go, oh my God, you're right, I'm going to stop this. If they come to terms with the fact this person isn't real, they get hit in the face with two very hard truths.
Yeah.
One, they are gullible enough to get ripped off to this
Yeah,
degree.
You're a fool.
Two, they may not ever meet someone real that will ever love them again.
Right.
And
which is probably the reality.
And when you, Kimmy, talk about guilt of not saying something to them, I think I would feel guiltier if me saying something led to the realization that, one, you are gullible, and two, you may never find someone that will love you ever again.
Oh, I don't know. I think if I have that information, I'd have to lay it out, and they can do what they want with it. But I'd feel guiltier not saying anything and just letting them keep believing it. Because let's say one day they do figure it out, or they do come to terms with what's been going on, and they look at you and are like, "Well, if you knew, why didn't you tell me?" I can at least say, "Well, I tried."
Okay.
What if you do it like this? Like you look at this woman like Grandpa's talking to.
Sure,
right?
sure, sure.
And she's beautiful.
Yeah.
And you could say, "Do you really think
Well, don't
this
do that.
beautiful woman wants anything to do with your crusty, nasty old ass?"
Okay.
I mean, sugar babies exist.
Yeah,
like
but
that.
he-
That's what they could point. Like, what do you mean? Like I'm giving her money? Like
but
Well,
but that's it. All right.
even the guys that are sugar daddies still think that they have some
They-
kind
yeah,
of personality.
they
that
do.
But that's what
I
I'm
got it,
saying.
baby.
Like,
Look
I
at
don't
the-
think that they're gonna look. If you
Belichick.
tell them that, they're not gonna see it as unreasonable. That's my point.
Okay,
All right.
I'm gonna say something mean, but I don't mean it to be mean.
no,
It's
but
just to
sometimes
prove
you
a
have to
point.
say the mean things.
Okay,
Pat.
so look at me. You ready?
Yeah.
If I didn't know you well,
Mm.
and you just showed me a picture of your wife,
Mm.
I would think you were being ripped off.
Yep.
Right. Yeah, I get it.
No, I don't think you do. Let me say that again. You are not even close to good enough for your wife. So for you to sit here and say, I'm going to lay out the bare truth to this person, you would be that guy. You would.
What are you talking
You
about?
would
I had
be
to
that guy.
convince a guy once when we were at an event that was your wife because he did not believe
But I'm so
me.
suave.
He did not
I'm very
believe
worldly.
me.
You've seen my scarves.
You're not.
I
none of
have
those
multiple
things.
scarves.
No, I understand. You got.
I don't even dance.
You know, there's another version of these romance scams.
What's that?
All right, so the men and women in the scam are actually real in these versions. They live overseas. They are romantically involved with a bunch of different people at the same time,
Yeah.
but each victim believes they are the one and only. And they want to let this person visit them, or they want to come and visit this person, but there's a problem.
Oh, sure.
They had their passports stolen.
Oh,
they
the
have no one to
visa.
watch their child, all these
Yeah,
things,
yeah,
right?
yeah.
Let me ask you this.
What's that?
If the person actually exists, if your grandpa, grandma, weird uncle can have those conversations and FaceTime and talk to them, is that better? They're still spending the money, but they have an actual human being.
So they're
that
interacting.
They can interact with. They're never
That
going to
is
touch
better.
them. They're never going to be in the same
Right,
room.
but if Grandpa could talk to this chick and maybe,
What?
No, I'm just saying he could,
No, I don't know.
pleasure himself while he talks to this woman. He gets some kind of like emotional and physical, satisfaction. Then I would be okay with that.
What-
He'd
you're
have an
saying
actual.
As long as he's getting something out of it, you're fine with it.
If
now.
Grandpa could pop a little pill, rub one out, and talk to this woman and feel satisfied,
there are other services for that.
I understand. But if this is what he wants, I would be okay with that.
Based on the stories I've heard, I don't know how much physical plays into it. I think that these people just want
But
somebody.
let's say, but that's what he wants to do. Let's,
Okay.
listen, most guys want to, if they're looking at a younger, beautiful woman, he's going to get railed.
you just
I
have to
think
take a
that's
pill.
right.
So
I think it goes way beyond that because you have access to that,
No, but
everywhere you want.
But this is what he wants. This is what he found.
Okay.
It's his fantasy. I can't say he's wrong with his fantasy. I can't do that. That's your fantasy. That's what you want, and you want to spend your money on it. And I would say this: if he's getting pure satisfaction out of it, I guess you really can't say anything.
I find it funny that when we have the discussion that someone's spending money on an emotional connection, that is something you can't wrap your head around. But as soon as it becomes borderline prostitution, oh yeah, no, that makes sense.
Borderline prostitution.
What would it be? You're giving her money and
No,
she's giving you sexual pleasure.
I'm not saying prostitution borderline prostitution in a bad way. I'm saying there's good people on both sides.
No, like how is a financial fee for an emotional connection worse than a financial fee for a guy playing with himself looking at a woman on a phone?
Yeah.
It's the same thing.
I understand that, but I guess
Paying
because
for somebody's OnlyFans account.
Yeah.
but
Yeah, you got nothing.
no, I guess I'm not making my point clear. But that's his fantasy.
Mm-hmm.
Yes, there are all type of fantasies, but if he's telling me this is what he wants and he has the money, I don't have any legal right to tell him no. I can explain to him how it's wrong.
No, but it's not even legal. I don't think anyone has a legal right to take their unless your parents have lost their mind, right? Like they're going to do what they're going to do. You can't stop it.
You can't.
The funny part about all of this, though, this whole conversation, we sit here and, you want to look down your nose at people that could spend money on romantic partners that don't exist or don't want them. But every single man listening to this show, Valentine's Day being the reminder, throughout their lifetime, has spent God knows how much money on women that we never had a chance with.
Oh, yeah.
Right? Drinks, dinner, gifts,
Oh.
things we did to try and impress them.
I'd be a millionaire.
We believed we had a shot, and we were dead in the water before we even got out of the boat.
Yeah.
How is that any different from this? How is the money we've spent on women we had no shot with
I know.
any difference than Grandpa thinking he's talking to, some weather girl from Florida who's actually, some dude who's living in Belgium? It's the same thing.
It is. I guess the only problem is, at that stage of your life, somebody else is going to have to pick up the pieces of whatever this mess turns into.
Okay.
And that's going to be on the family.
Okay.
That's the only thing that sucks about all this.
I get you.
You know what I mean?
I get you.
And Grandpa's been having a lot of fun in that apartment by himself, so good luck with that cleanup.
Let's take a break. Let's go from you being gross. Talk about
gross,
families.
it's love.
it's-
Talking love.
Talking love, baby.
Yeah.
Grandpa popping a pill and rubbing one out. Look at
Hand love.
where you raise your family is important.
Oh, yeah.
And I mean, look, there's places 5 miles apart from each other where folks will spend a fortune to raise a family
Yeah.
and want nothing to do with that other place to raise a family. And it turns out that where we are right now, collectively,
Yeah.
is one of the best places to raise a family in New York.
No kidding.
Which is weird because everything I read online says the exact opposite.
Oh.
And we'll get into it next here in the break room on CMF. where to raise your kids is the most important question parents will ask themselves,
Okay.
right? I mean, we know that school districts major factor in where homes sell.
Yeah.
But what if I told you that anywhere you went in Monroe County, you were doing a damn good job as a parent?
This is great.
You're hanging out in the break room, Rochester's Classic Rock, 96.5, WCMF, just after 7:45. One of the funniest news stories I've ever seen last night.
What happened?
Because it is Valentine's Day,
Oh,
right?
yeah.
So it's a warning, hey, from one of these flower delivery shops, if you have not gotten your flower delivery order in for your partner yet,
Yeah.
you better do it by X time today. And I always thought there were 3 tiers of men when it came to Valentine's Day.
What's that?
Well, like once we got to this point, you had to become this man.
Oh.
And we'll get to it just after 7:45 here in the break room on CMF. Monroe County
Yeah.
has been named one of the best places in New York State to raise a family.
Damn.
This according to a new study done by a financial advisor group. Story in the DNC says they use family friendliness, housing, students, academic performance, and child care costs to gauge it. And when it factored all together, Monroe County came in 8th.
Okay.
Now, it may not sound impressive, but there are 62 counties in New York State.
Pretty impressive.
So for New York, we are in like the top 15%. And Monroe County, when it came to family-friendly or raising a family areas,
Yeah.
the only county in our region to make the top 10. Buffalo, Syracuse, not in there.
They tanked.
So if
Dumbass.
you're like, that's stupid. Again, it doesn't. Intelligence only a tiny part. Tiny part. If you are a parent that worries your kids aren't in the right spot, this list is here to tell you
All right.
that you are doing a good job. Do you agree that Monroe County is one of the best places to raise a family in the state of New York?
Yeah. I mean, it seems like affordability.
Man who has never raised family.
No, but think about like if you lived in Long Island,
Okay.
like the stress, the commute, the time you have to spend with your kids. Like you couldn't do the errands you do with your kids in Long Island. Like the commute you talk about just going to Fairport. Can you imagine doing that on Long Island at 5 o'clock in the afternoon?
Tommy,
Just getting 5 miles.
let me tell you something.
You couldn't do it.
You know what? As a loving parent, you find a way.
How do you find your way around traffic?
You
What are you going to be
find
like,
love parent.
Kobe and take a helicopter?
Well, no, I wouldn't do that. Not after what happened to Kobe.
Yeah,
All right.
I would say like all those stresses plus the expense would break you.
Okay, so I understand that neither of you have raised families.
No,
in
but I'm
Monroe
familiar
County.
with family.
Okay, I don't know. Why
I know
you're
they
getting
got to
angry.
eat.
Okay, but no, there is a difference between watching people from the outside raise
Yeah.
a family and actually raising a family.
But I listen to your stories.
I'm not trying to insult you.
No,
You're
no.
so sensitive.
You non-breeders, sit back and let me explain to you how genitalia works.
I set that up so I
In
could.
Monroe County.
I was actually setting up to ask Kimmy another question because I could actually.
She don't
use
breed
her.
either.
What I would.
Well,
Well, not
Oh,
yet. I
my
mean,
God.
well.
Not helping.
That
if
was
you
weird.
want, that'll be great.
Nah,
and
just
we
stop
all
talking.
support you.
As I turn to the woman who may be a breeder, as
Not
Tommy
like
put it. That's what
that.
you just said. That's what
Her
you just
turn
said.
on her terms.
Kimmy, you grew up here.
Mm-hmm.
Did you like growing up in Monroe County?
Yeah, and I think
Janet,
that I think one of the major things here that we take for granted is our schools,
Okay.
our public school system, because I think, and I know people that grew up in like Buffalo and Syracuse, and as much as like Tommy loves to crap on certain districts and things, like overall, like our school, most of our school districts are really, really good and
Yeah.
high performing school districts, whereas I know somebody that grew up in Syracuse, it was like you either went to this high school or this high school and you didn't want to go to any other high school. Now, I mean, that's just their point of view.
No, I mean Kimmy's
But
friends
I
are
do-
pretty reliable information.
But I do feel
Oh, yeah,
like
yeah. Top people. Top breeders.
Oh, come on,
Good,
man.
sturdy women.
I do feel like no matter
Firm
where
in
you
the
live
hip,
in the
tight in the
Rochester
lip.
area, you're okay. You're in a good spot. You know.
So here's the thing. Phone number being 252 WCMF 252-9263. It is much easier to look at the problems places
Yeah.
have. And don't get me wrong. I mean, there are plenty of things that could be better for families around Monroe County. But I do think we have a lot going for us.
Yeah.
Like most communities in our area have all different kinds of folks. Your kids are going to meet different people. They're going to try different foods. They're going to be exposed to all kinds of different activities. And
Melting pot.
we've talked about this. I mean, even past the melting pot point, the wider net of people you meet as a kid, the more well-rounded a person you become, right?
Yeah. Yeah.
Huh?
Open up your eyes a little bit.
I mean, I do think that's one of the major pros to this community that a lot of people don't talk about. Like, your kids are going to learn a lot of things just from the other people that they hang out with because everybody's got so many crazy different backgrounds.
All right.
Huh?
Okay.
And There's a lot of cheap and free stuff for kids to do in the greater Rochester
Ooh, what
area.
are we gonna get?
Well, look, having kids costs a fortune. Everyone with kids knows that. And I understand that every once in a while you got to shell out for the trampoline park or the laser tag, and that sucks. But there are so many parks for the kids to go play for free. There are baseball diamonds and basketball courts and free places to ice skate. Every weekend, some library or city museum gives you something for free the little ones can take advantage of. Like, if you really wanted to, as a parent, and I know it's impossible because your kids want to go roller skating every once in a while, but you could find something to do for free every single weekend in the greater Rochester area with your kids.
All right,
Do you
this is
think
all good
it's-
stuff.
You think it's that much different though in like the other places that were behind us?
Now, I don't know.
Because I would think just Buffalo being a bigger overall city, you could make the same argument, but I guess I don't know.
Well, I mean, you also do have this thing, and I've seen this traveling, and maybe I'm wrong, that the bigger a place, the more business moves in. Does that make sense? Like there's less community feel
Less
to it.
free.
Well, yes, I think that
It gets squeezed out.
yes, I think the smaller a feel a town has, the more community free there is for everybody.
Green space.
Does that make sense?
Yeah, sure.
Because, like, okay, I'll give you an example. Like in Buffalo, they have this outdoor ice skating rink around the corner from the hockey rink there. It costs money.
Like downtown.
Yeah. It's really nice looking and it's fun and it's cool, but you got to pay to use it.
Yeah.
Whereas when you go down to Martin Luther King Park, that
They don't charge you?
I think they charge you for rent.
maybe rent skates, but during
could be wrong.
that Christmas festival, it's all free.
Oh, really?
You go out there
I
and
thought they
skate.
whacked you on it.
No whacking down there
Well, maybe after dark.
where the kids ice skate.
No, but the kids have left. When the creepy people
nope.
come in after dark. You brought it up.
You
There's something you wanna
brought it
tell
up.
us.
I said where
I
they-
said whack.
I said kids ice skating, and you said
I said they
whack.
whack you on it
No, you said whacking. After dark.
with the creepy people.
Anyways, we do have, to
Grandpa
your
Park.
point, you bring up the Holiday Village. We do have a lot of free festivals. I mean, but that's mostly seasonal.
Well,
so
yeah, I mean,
Well, I guess every community's got that stuff in the summertime.
But do we have more than places of our size?
I don't know of any other place that's called Festival Town, USA.
Oh,
Thomas.
we did get that.
252 WCMF. A new study reveals that Monroe County is one of the best places to raise a family in the state of New York. We came in 8th, which I know it's like 8th, but there's 62 counties in New York, so we're in like the top 15%. The one mind-blowing thing about this study, however,
What's that?
it said the affordability of raising a family and childcare costs factored in. Do we have lower childcare costs than other places in the state
I know
of New
a lot
York?
of parents struggling with that right now. So if it's bad here, how bad is it in other places?
Like, that is a backbreaker.
Like right now, everybody I know who is pregnant is already on. They're already on waiting lists to get into any type of childcare they can.
They got to interview the fetus. It's true. Try getting a microphone up there. Ow, 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 ow. I mean, look, we're at the point, and we've shared this in the past,
Yeah.
nationwide, stay-at-home parenting has skyrocketed because it's cheaper to lose an income than pay for someone to watch your kid. And if child care cost is a factor, and we are listed this high as places to raise a family in New York,
Yeah.
what does it cost to drop your kid off at other towns? Holy
Well,
crap!
I'm guessing the closer you get to New York City, it would be a lot tighter.
I guess I'm more curious about Syracuse, Albany, Buffalo.
Oh.
You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Yeah, you're right. Everything costs more downstate.
Right.
Right? But like in regions that are similar to ours, does it cost more for your kid to go to daycare in Buffalo, Syracuse, and Albany? You know, the other angle of that.
Yeah.
Rochester has a really good pre-K system in a lot of towns. Like most towns, Tommy, will offer free pre-kindergarten at like 3 or 4 years old.
So you get them off your hands for a few hours.
But aren't
Yes.
those even kind of competitive now?
Well, yeah, so they are. There are lotteries because every parent's trying
Yeah.
to get in there. But like
Oh, I always thought that was part of like school.
they
That's
have,
like private.
we've talked about this.
Well, they
It's
only
not
have so
private.
much
All right.
space.
Hold on, we
Yeah.
got to back
They
up.
can only take so many kids.
It's public.
All right.
But yes,
But
they
it's
have
tight.
they have a budget.
All right.
So like child care from infant to toddler costs around $20,000 a year.
Per kid?
Yeah, we've talked about this.
And plus food?
Yeah, you can't starve the kid when they get home. What are you talking about?
I was just insane.
So if it's $20,000 a year per kid, that free pre-K, which has kind of become
Yeah.
standard in our area, if you get your kid in, you could save $40,000 over 2 years, 3,
Damn.
4 years old.
All right. That's big money. Big money.
Here's what I think the most interesting question here, 252 WCMF. Is it easy to raise kids in a town you're familiar with? Or is the grass is always greener mentality take over when you're looking for a place to raise your family?
Like moving to a new town?
Well, let's say, okay, so you like lived in Webster for a long time,
Yeah.
right? If you had kids,
Yeah.
did you want to raise those kids in Webster because you knew what living in Webster was like, or did you want to go to a place where you heard had a better school district?
Seemed good enough to me.
Okay, wow, that's a ringing endorsement for Webster.
Well, I mean, with not
You never,
having
you're
actual.
saying you didn't hear any bad things.
No, and I had nieces and nephews that were in the school system, and those parents were happy. And those kids turned out college educated, so good enough.
Kimmy, I think the more appropriate question would be,
What?
you grew up in Grilton,
Yep.
right? If you were to have kids,
Mm-hmm.
would you want to go back to Grilton based on how good your childhood was, or would you try to find a place where it's like, I've heard it's good here?
I would go back to Grilton or Hilton, if you will. I would have no problem. But again, like I feel that way about a lot of school districts here. So it's not like I specifically am pointing to that like my kid has to be there.
Well, like
I think we have a lot of options here.
I agree with you, but I look at guys like Tommy who believe there are 3 really good school districts in this
Yeah.
town and the rest
Yeah.
are crap.
Well, low.
No, they're not.
Lower. Then, like, here's this, and then lower down here, and then Jesus Christ.
The spot I grew up in, I loved it. Like, I could walk to Westgate Park and Gates every day in the summer. I had a ton of kids in my neighborhood. My elementary school was around the corner. We could ride our bikes to Russell's Ice Cream, Westgate Family Diner. Like, don't get me wrong, I like Henrietta where we live.
Yeah.
But, like, being so far away from everything where I live, I feel like I'm taking a little bit of my kids' independence away. And I would have loved to have raised my kids where I grew up in that town.
In Gates.
In Gates, yeah. I would have loved it. I think
Yeah, but
Well,
that's
it's what
but
you know,
that
it's
case
what
that
you're
you
familiar
love
with.
probably doesn't exist
it's,
anymore.
oh, for God's sakes, man.
The ice cream
Everything's-
doesn't taste the same with all the additives. Those bike trails now are probably all not maintained.
Russell's is still there. Westgate Park is still there. It's actually nicer than it was when I was a
I was
kid.
going to say a lot of those suburbs have grown, if anything.
Yeah, there's
there's
more to
more there
do.
than there was.
I just think your idyllic fat childhood doesn't exist anymore. Where 2 chubby boys could go out for the day and they come back that night just as chubby.
It is amazing for all the running around we did. All those restaurants really kept
Y'all
us
just
fed.
gained weight.
Well, yeah, because
I
there's
don't-
an ice cream shop in walking distance.
In all honesty, I don't know how many people have the option to shop around for what school district they
You're
want to
right.
be in. I
Yeah.
mean, you can afford what you can afford.
You're
you know?
right. I mean, that is true. It's funny. 10 years ago it was, I need to be in this
Oh,
town.
I mean, I think people really could do their research and decide where they wanted to end up. And now it's like, all right, well, which place has houses available?
Good call.
And you got to make it work.
There you go. All right, so again, if you feel like as a parent you're not giving everything you can to your kid, well, you woke up this morning, if you live in Monroe County, in one of the best places to raise a family in
Damn.
New York. So you're doing something
That's
right.
good.
All right, let's take a break.
All right.
This story's insanity.
Whatever.
Well, look, you did talk about this morning when we were discussing Valentine's Day and plans and things like that.
Yeah.
A good husband, a good boyfriend plans ahead. Mm-hmm. But not everybody has that luxury.
Yeah.
Luckily, there are 3 different tiers of Valentine's Day, which will still make your wife or girlfriend happy no matter what. But if you waited this long, like right now,
Yeah.
to do this, you have blown past the ability, I think, to pull it off.
Oh.
And we'll get into it next here in the break room. On WCMF. You would have thought if you waited this long, this was no longer an option for you.
Oh.
However, a story on News 8 last night says maybe not.
It can still happen?
I guess, at least according to these folks who are in the business, because, look, man, there are 3 tiers of husband or boyfriend. And it doesn't, you're not a bad husband or boyfriend as you fall farther down the tier. You just have to adjust your plans for the day.
Okay.
You're hanging out in the break room, Rochester's Classic Rock 96.5, WCMF. You got all your stuff done for Valentine's Day today?
Buttoned up. No. I got something I got to do today.
Okay. Wait, you were bitching this morning
you gotta run
about
some
being
errands?
ready?
Some things you can't rush.
Oh, my God. Kimmy, is your husband good about having everything set up, ready to go?
Oh, yeah.
What's
yeah,
he got to do, bro?
What?
Come on.
You got to woo Kimmy.
Platter of subs, it's done. And, you know,
Still
a
gotta go
little-
get 'em.
And a little dessert.
He's doing
Looks
the
like
toki
he's
toki.
sipping out of his little espresso cup.
Oh,
there.
DeMarte?
No, this is the Demi test.
Yeah, that's what I said. Last night, News 8 does a story.
Yeah.
And they talked to Lynn. She is the owner of the Flower Barn in Penfield.
Come down to the flower barn.
So they've been open
All
15
right.
years. Now, she talks about how Valentine's Day is like their Super Bowl.
Oh, she's cleaning it up.
Right? She says they only have one delivery driver normally. Today they have 4.
Okay.
And as she talks about, you know, how crazy it gets around the flower shop,
Yeah.
she does say something surprising. Because if you wanted flowers delivered to your partner today,
You're probably out of luck now.
not according to this
So
woman.
I can get them today and have them delivered today.
Probably paying a premium for that.
So Lynn says today that they plan on cutting off orders for flower delivery today around 11 or 12. She says
Okay.
whenever they
All
run
right.
out.
Till the end of the morning here.
But I'm with you, man. I would have thought.
So I can order a dozen roses at 10 o'clock, and she can get them to my lover that day.
Now, again,
That's impressive.
She says they cut off between 11 or 12,
Yeah.
right, for the delivery date.
So you got the morning.
And she said they will run out. But again, let's not guarantee anything here. Don't call them up and be like, well, I heard in the break room you said you could do this. Go yell at News 8 instead. But, Tommy, I would have thought
Yeah,
that
you're out.
even the day before Valentine's Day, you were going to be SOL, right? All right. I always assumed when it comes to Valentine's Day, there was a 3-tiered hierarchy of men based on how they buy their gifts.
All right.
All right. So you have first what I like to call the well-prepareds.
Yeah.
Right?
The button-up guy.
Yeah, you got it. They're getting gifts a month to 3 weeks in advance.
Mm-hmm.
And these are the men who get jewelry, the wine, the robe, the
They're
slippers.
sensitive. They're
They
caring.
most likely use the term "milady."
But like a full month before Valentine's Day, they have
Yeah.
hid whatever they have gotten their spouse in the closet or whatever, and it's
Right.
ready to roll, right? Then you have the flowers on time guys.
Okay.
All right. They are the ones 4 to 7 days before Valentine's Day. They go online, they schedule their flowers to be delivered wherever your wife or girlfriend works. And that's
Yeah.
good.
They got it. It's a routine.
Yeah, you got it.
Yeah.
And then finally, you have what I like to call the crap guys.
The schlubs.
No, not schlubs. Either it slipped your mind or you were so busy that you didn't have time to set anything up. And that's what Wegmans and Tops and gas station flowers are for, right? Mm-hmm. Like you make the stop on the way home and you fight your way through all the other crap husbands.
You're willing to deal with a little inconvenience to get it.
You're not willing, but it happened.
But, right.
Yeah.
And we're here and there's nothing
It
we can do
doesn't-
about it.
yeah.
Right? Like, I assumed if you woke up this morning having nothing done, you were going to be fighting through that crowd of bald, fat guys that you
yeah.
see every year at Tops and Wegmans waiting in line for that one poor woman that's having to wrap all the flowers, right? And guys are like looking at their watches like, oh, can't you hurry up? I should have done this 8 months ago.
It's that line of schlubs.
It's not a schlub.
You just described a schlub. These bald, fat men.
No,
not
no.
not
Yeah, you
schlub.
didn't paint them in the best
Yeah,
light.
I'm not a schlub.
I'm balding. I am with you guys. Got the Friar Tuck thing going on. No,
I
mean,
am also you.
I am you. No, look, we've all been
I'm with
there.
you guys. I'm with you, schlubbies.
We have all been there.
Oh,
yeah,
sure.
I mean that's what that whole
Look
display.
at you now. Oh, yeah, sure. Yeah.
That's what that whole display in the front of your favorite grocery store is for.
Yeah.
And here's the thing. I don't think any of the 3 men, the well-prepareds, the flowers on time, or the crap husbands or boyfriends do anything wrong. It just comes down to the flavor of what you want to deal with. You're going to spend a little more today. It's going to take a little more time today, right? But if that's how you pull it off and that's what you prefer, God bless you.
But it does show how you prioritize the holiday to your wife. Because the guy that you described a month out,
Yeah.
he put her first. And you get how
I
else
mean,
could
you were
describe
thinking
it?
way ahead. I mean,
right.
you were. This
that
was.
means you're on
you
my
put
mind.
thought into it.
Right.
Yeah.
You're on my mind. And
Can
I
I-
want this to be special. Last minute, balding, heavy-set fellow, non-schlub, it kind of fell down the to-do list. And I think that carries a lot of weight.
You also described the gifts for well-prepared guy way better than you did.
Well, only because you can't
the
get
others.
flowers a month ahead of time.
Okay.
You know what I'm saying? Like, if
Yeah.
you're going to plan like this, like, you have to find
There'll
something.
be actual gifts.
Yeah, they're non-perishables,
Right.
right? And you maybe have budgeted for this. But hold on, no. I want to counterpoint what you just said.
Counter up.
Okay,
Counter
thank
up.
you.
I enjoy a good counter.
Because you talk about prioritizing, you know, the well-prepared's prioritized a month in advance.
Mm-hmm.
No, like, bro, on a daily basis, we as men
Mm-hmm.
are prioritizing our partners. So just because I didn't prioritize getting you a gift didn't mean I didn't prioritize making sure you have time if I take the kids a certain place, making sure that you know that I love you by doing other things leading up to Valentine's Day. Like, in reality, if you are waiting for Valentine's Day, Tommy Muley,
Yeah.
to show how much your wife means to you, Tommy Muley, well, maybe you're a bigger failure of a husband than the guys that are yelling, crap, in Tops and Wegmans today.
Says the anthem of the schlub.
The Anthem of the Schlub is one of my favorite Van Morrison songs. You're a big old fat bald schlub. You used to say, fat, 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 fat.
I'm thinking about it, and there was a couple I knew, and I always thought they were pretty unique in this, but maybe I'm wrong. They were big on saving money, deals, sales.
Okay.
And so he would actually wait until like late Valentine's Day, early the next day.
Wait,
'cause
next day?
Well, he had the mentality of, well, I'm going to get more for I'm going to get a nicer arrangement for cheaper, or nicer
Just a
stuff
little
for
dried out.
cheaper.
and Candy
Because
might be
it's the
turning
next
white.
day, and she was fine with it because she wanted to save money too.
All right.
Like, it was.
Why
it
just?
worked,
Why don't you just
but-
skip Valentine's Day?
Right, it kind of takes away from the
Yeah.
day.
No, you're still doing something
No, but
for them.
but it's like day old.
But I guess if she's cool with it, then
All right.
you can be that guy.
No, but like, listen to what you're saying, Tommy.
Yeah.
Right? Because, like, let's be real here.
Yeah.
Valentine's Day is not real.
Oh no.
It's a religious holiday that has nothing to do with the guy it's named after.
Oh, okay.
Did you not know it was a religious holiday?
No, I just thought it was a made up thing for the card company.
Saint Valentine's Day. Yes, it is.
That's an actual guy.
Yeah, you didn't know that?
So he's like in heaven.
Well, he's a saint. I would hope so.
So he's in heaven.
Yeah, I mean,
All right.
yeah, I don't think. I don't know how many saints are in hell.
I don't know.
Kimmy, can
Well,
you?
there had to be a bad. One of these saints had to go bad.
They wouldn't have been a saint. It's
no,
not
like he gets sainted, then he turns.
It's not like the Cosby Show ends and then worse things can happen. You're already dead. You can't be
All
a
right.
living saint. You went to a religious school.
I didn't pay attention in a religion.
Okay, what I'm getting at is
What's that?
you're sitting here talking about how important it is and all of these things. And, why
Prioritizing.
would you? Yeah. And why would you even do it if you didn't do it on Valentine's Day, bro? We're just being led around by people telling us what we should do on a day that doesn't really matter.
But I don't think your wife. I don't think most wives want you day after cheap out Valentine's.
Is she still getting flowers? Is she still getting chocolate?
Take it or leave it, baby.
I still got
That's
it for
the
you.
deal.
Okay, you want to buy in big consumerism, man?
Well, it keeps the economy going.
What is it? You just say that for everything.
You just chintz out a day old dried out arrangement.
I'm still spending money. Keeps the economy going, from what I hear.
All right.
Kimmy, tell me about Saint Valentine.
Well, okay.
I believe
Like,
he
what-
died.
Was
I
he an
baleave
actual guy?
He was a martyr, if I'm not mistaken. Yes, he was. Well, I mean,
known
he's a
for
saint.
ministering persecuted Christians. Saint Valentine.
Did he? I think he got eaten by a lion, if I remember
Oh.
correctly.
But didn't everybody die that way?
He said to
Yeah.
secretly married Christian couples.
So he's like Roman dude?
Okay, this is a weird one. In one story, Saint Valentine restored the sight of a blind girl who loved bees.
There you go. You know how she got blind? Bees. It was the original My Girl.
So he performed miracles.
Well, yeah, he's
Does
a
every
saint.
saint have to perform a miracle?
To be canonized, going back to my theology in
Right,
Catholic
yeah,
school,
yeah.
to be canonized as a saint, you have to have one confirmed miracle.
All
if
right,
I'm
so
not
he
mistaken.
gave this girl her sight
He's
back.
the patron saint of epilepsy and beekeepers.
Wait, he oversees people that were
patron
epileptic?
saint. Everything has a patron saint. So if you're an epileptic beekeeper, this is your
That's,
guy.
that's my saint?
There you
All right.
go.
I'm trying to find out how he died.
I'm trying to remember.
So he died in the Colosseum, that's it.
I
He
don't
got
know.
eaten by the
I-
He
lion.
did
It w-
die in Rome.
Okay.
Oh, he got eaten by the lion?
I feel like it was a lion eating, but I could be wrong.
So he was one of the Christians that got eaten.
I don't know. I'm trying to remember. It's been a long time.
Man, what a way to go.
Not fun. What do you mean, what a way to go? You would want to be eaten by a lion?
Well, I mean, that's the way the Christians went back then.
I can't think of a more horrific way to die.
Oh,
Wait, what happened?
but
Did they fillet him? I can't remember.
Damn.
It was
Well-
something bad.
yeah, decapitation.
Okay, that's not good.
Yeah, he was
Wait,
executed.
the lion had a knife? That's a badass line. I didn't know they had thumbs back then.
He was executed for refusing to deny Christ by the order of the Emperor Claudius in the year 269.
And nothing says flowers, chocolate, and love like honoring a man who was decapitated after he gave sight back to a woman who loved bees.
Yep.
So is my bloody Valentine.
Let's take a break. Well, you know, as you always say, you start with romance, you end
Bonheur.
French boner.
Le bonheur.
And here's the thing. You know, your sex life as your relationship goes on can taper off.
Sure.
And there are all kinds of pills and classes
Oh, yeah.
and ideas you can use to try and bring that sex life back. And
Yeah.
for some people, that doesn't work, and they think that something's broken or the relationship's dying. But new evidence is being shown
What are they showing?
that it may not be your partner and it may not be your body breaking down.
What is it?
It may have to do with what the time on the clock says.
Like the time of day?
You got it.
Oh.
And we'll get into it next here in the break room on WCMF. working sex into a relationship can be hard.
Oh, yeah.
You got different schedules. You got long days. If you have kids in the house, it becomes an obstacle course. But if you're someone in a relationship that isn't happy with the amount of love you're getting,
What do you do, Pat?
I mean, you may not have to fix any of the things I just mentioned. And it may not be that your partner isn't attracted to you. It may all have to do with what time it is.
Like time of day.
You got it. You're hanging out in the break room, Rochester's Classic Rock 96.5, WCMF. I know you can hear our sultry voices.
Oh, yeah.
But on a Valentine's Day, why not get a look at three sexy people? If you don't want to do that, you can check out our live stream, the Odyssey app, WCMF.com, YouTube, and Twitch. The Break Room, WCMF, on YouTube and Twitch. And if you miss any of our shows, any moment of any of our shows, all of our shows are saved automatically when the show is over on our YouTube page. So
like a big safe.
Yeah. No, it would be a big danger, actually.
Yeah.
All of that on The Break Room, WCMF, on YouTube. So check us out and enjoy Tommy's leather ballet shoes this morning. Tommy?
Yeah.
If I asked you the optimal time to have sex, like time of day or night, you would say?
Well, for a man or for a woman?
I'm saying as a couple together.
Well, it had to be late evening.
Late evening. All right.
Like when the kids are asleep, the lights are low,
It's always nighttime.
you in bed,
Yeah.
time to get busy.
Candles are lit, sun goes down, and we are going to rock that body till the break of dawn / like 10,
But I'm
15.
guessing I'm wrong.
Yeah, it turns out this whole time, all of us were doing it wrong because I think everybody thinks the way that you think.
Wait,
Well,
is
that's
this, like,
kind of when
according
everything
to-
lines up.
Is this according to other people or according to like research?
Research.
Okay.
So several studies that have been done recently into libido and sexual activity are suggesting that every human has their own individual personal sex clock.
Oh, so it varies.
Oh.
You got it. Not everybody wants sex at night. In fact, it is being theorized in these studies that nighttime could be the worst time for sex.
Oh, because you're run down from the day,
Well, okay, so let me put it this way.
stress.
I'm going to tell you.
But you do get the morning boner.
So to that
Morning
point,
wood.
to that point, research found that for men, morning was prime sex time, right when you wake up, because the reason you get a boner, you have higher testosterone levels in the morning.
Yeah, sometimes you wake up with a rail.
Yeah, which is really rough when you're trying to roll over.
Like like a kickstand.
They also say for a lot of men, it is the time where sex will be the most pleasurable for you when you wake up.
But what about the gals?
Well, that's just it.
Is she a morning gal or a night gal?
They found for women, afternoon most of the time was their prime sex time. And the theory there is that women get a hormonal surge in the afternoon.
Like around 3?
Yeah, naturally, yes. So I'm going to read you a quote from one of these studies. Are you ready? The afternoon hormonal surge allows for increased arousal and lubrication.
Wow. Oh, wait, she's already lubed.
No,
Nope.
No, she's lubed down there. She's loose. What does it mean then?
no, it's what it means. You didn't have to say it again.
know.
And I'm not sure you understand it.
Lubrication. She's lubed.
I do find it funny, Kimmy, how
Yeah.
these scientists talk about the human body like the guy at Valvoline talks about your Ford F-150.
All ready to go.
All lubed up. You were going to say something, Kimmy. I cut you off.
I would have thought that varied so much for women that it would be hard to pinpoint a time just based on like you said, like your hormones and where you are in your cycle at any given time. Like I just think that's got to constantly change for women.
Okay, so they do say in this study that when I say men in the morning, women in the afternoon,
Yeah.
it's not like overwhelming that. Everybody may have their own clock. And they do point out, too, Kimmy, like different time of month
Yeah,
could
like
affect
you might not
different
even be
things.
the same person month to month.
But one thing was definitely for sure.
What is that?
Despite the fact that the overwhelming majority of Americans, 18 and 51, have sex between 11 p.m. and 1 a.m. Did you know that?
But that makes sense. It's the evening.
Okay.
Yeah.
It is by far the worst time to have sex. They say at that time your melatonin rises. It makes you sleepy. For men, testosterone is at its lowest.
Yeah,
Your-
you're dragged. You're
I
drained
always
from the
assume
day.
like the
Yes.
later it happens, the more likely are you that you had a night out, could be drunk.
Okay, but that
know.
kind of makes it more fun, maybe. I don't know, depending on
Well,
how
if
it
it
goes.
works for you, because there are some guys it may not work for.
So it needs to be a date morning or mid-afternoon.
Yeah, the best sex you will have, where both of you want it, will either be right after you wake up
or before 5.
you got it. So the phone number is 252-WCMF, 252-9263. Could the average person work around this information we just learned to have better sex?
That's
Like, try to have
the
it lined
morning
up?
one, maybe the afternoon one, would be almost impossible.
Why is that?
Well, think of what's going on
Schedules.
in your day between 2 and 5 o'clock.
Okay,
You're probably not even home.
right.
So how is that going to happen? And if both of you are home, probably the kids are home.
Okay.
So, like, to me, if you have, like, yourself with kids, it's impossible.
Sure,
Well,
sure.
unless it's a Saturday or Sunday, how are you doing it in the morning?
Early.
Well,
but
before
could
you
do
go
it
to
with
work.
Yeah,
the
but
kids
that's given if both of
quietly.
you were up at the same time. You're
Yeah.
not somebody that hits the snooze button 1,000 times
Wow,
and then
you
has
are-
2 seconds to get ready.
Listen to sexy romantic Kimmy over here. Hey, Kimmy.
Well, like, is that really like a?
Could you imagine?
I,
Like,
gotta
hey, we're.
I would think like the second she smells you take off that mask and she smells your breath.
Okay, first of all, it's just a nose mask. Second of all, I'll brush my teeth.
Yeah, you rinse and gargle.
And then she
No,
will.
She'll do a little gargling.
no,
Morning gargle.
and it's not happening.
252 WCMF. New studies suggest that having sex at night is the worst time to have sex. That men will have the best sex, most pleasurable sex right after you wake up based on testosterone. For women, their hormones dictate that early afternoon
Right.
is the best time for sex. But here's the thing. I'm going to counterpoint the thing you just said there. You too, Kim.
About 5 o'clock?
You-
The mid-afternoon bang?
The idea that it's impossible.
Yeah.
Look, you know, as you get on in a relationship, the more years you are with somebody, the more complicated your sexual relationship becomes.
Sure.
And if you are someone that is, you know, desperate to get back to something that you enjoy,
Yeah.
have that connection again, I don't know how hard it would be to organize these two things. Because, like, let's think about this. How sexy would it be if you and your wife were going to meet at home at 3 o'clock in the afternoon, find a way to sneak out of work and get there?
I mean, you would almost feel like, yeah, that would be very tantalizing.
How often would you do that though?
It's a good question, but how often are you having sex right now that's good anyway? I
All
mean,
right.
if
Well,
you
but
are someone trying to find a solution
Okay.
to a dying sex life,
Okay. So after church, before dinner, Sunday afternoon sex. That'd be the only time you could probably pull it off.
Saturday or Sunday.
Yeah. Okay.
I feel like you sound disappointed, like you enjoy night sex.
well,
One,
it's
by the way, one of the worst Seeger songs of all time.
night sex.
That was terrible.
But I would also think
Night sex.
Remember when Bob Seger hummed the whole
Sexy at night.
Why is Sinatra doing Bob
Well,
Seger?
they did a ballad together.
No kidding.
Yeah,
And
yeah.
then
little
they had
duet.
night sex?
Yeah.
well, I would think like you would also want it to be a time where you're both relaxed and not rushed, and you know what I mean. Like that's why I would think like the night would just be better for both of you, in terms of just not being worried about other things.
True.
Maybe that goes more for her than you, but I would think that the afternoon thing would be tough to pull off if you're somebody that's stressed throughout their day.
Can I talk about something Kimmy just said? And I'm glad you brought it up. Because you brought up night and you go, you've had a long day, you're all stressed out. Maybe it applies more to her than you. There is this belief
Yeah.
that men should want sex all the time,
Yeah.
nonstop. If it is offered, you take it.
Well, as a kid, yes.
Sure. But that's what I mean. And Kimmy, guys have long days too.
Yeah,
Guys get tired too.
sure.
Guys have other things
You're
on their
the
mind
ones
as
that
well.
say like it's more mental for women than it is for men. Like I'm quoting you two.
I guess what I'm saying
Don't
is
ever quote me. Please.
there are men
Yeah.
who are in relationships where women believe that they don't find them attractive anymore because when you get to nighttime after a long day, you just
drag
don't,
'em.
you don't have it in you anymore,
Right.
right? You're shy.
You
just,
limp.
You got to get to. And it's not even a physical thing.
No,
It's
maybe you limped in.
you get to bed.
Yeah.
Shut
You
up.
get a hip pointer.
Shut up. No, you're just out of gas.
Yeah.
You're out of gas.
Sure.
It's socially acceptable for a woman to look at her husband at 10 o'clock at night
Oh, absolutely.
and say, I'm too tired, and you just got to deal with it.
Right. Go to bed.
If a guy does that,
Oh, yeah.
it feels like he doesn't want me anymore. He doesn't find me attractive. This
That's a
relationship
grenade.
is dying.
That is a marital grenade
But
you just threw in your room.
It's not fair.
I understand.
Like, I mean, the amount of guys I know that have had this conversation where my wife thinks she doesn't want me anymore, and I'm just tired. I'm just tired at night. What can I do? We got to get out of that idea.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I know. I know.
I love
But
it.
good luck.
I'm
How are
with
you going to
you.
do it?
What can we do?
I mean, that's why Viagra kind of helps guys out when they're dragging like that and they're too tired.
But Viagra isn't going to, it's not Coke.
no, you have to be stimulated for it to work. It just maintains it.
I think
But
we're
it
having,
is a boost.
I think we're having two different conversations. I'm not even talking about maintaining an erection. I'm talking about I just don't have the
Right.
gas
Oh, yeah,
in
you're
me.
tired. I understand.
I got to get
But if
to
you had
bed.
to muscle through because you don't want to say no,
Sure.
what are your options?
252 WCMF. Let's talk to Howard. Hey, Howard, how are you, buddy?
Howard's getting laid.
Hey, what's up? What's up? Good morning.
Yo.
So here's the thing. I think there's two different categories here. One for if you're married, one for if you're not married. And obviously it's different, male versus female. Getting up in the morning, you're always rock hard. You're ready to go all day long. However, my wife she's not there. So I think the best time of day, definitely during the day, but it's kind of one of those things where you got to get it where you can take it.
Okay, no, look, that's not bad advice. Get it where you can. But, Howard, let me ask you some personal questions if you don't mind.
Give it to me.
Are you married?
You just said he
Of
was.
course.
Okay, I'm sorry. I was reading a tweet. There was somebody saw it. I'm sorry, Howard. All right. So on a scale of 1 to 10, and we're an honest show, Howard, 10 being the greatest, how would you describe the sexual relationship with your wife?
I'll put it at 8. I'll put it at 8.
Damn,
Good for
horny
Howard. Good for Howard. All right. Is she the one asking the majority of the time, like starting, or are you the one starting the majority of the time?
Oh, I'm always starting.
Okay. All right. If your wife came to you and said, it feels the best for me at 5:30, right when we get home from work every single day, would you be willing to adjust your schedule solely for her?
I'm home by 5 every day then.
Do you think your wife would do the same thing for you?
Not at all.
All right. There we go. Come on. Like, that's not
Yeah,
fair. I mean,
I
like,
know.
not to sound like a toddler, but that is not fair. It takes two here, Howard.
It does.
It's a double standard though. It's my wife, she likes the candle, so that's kind of the indicator there. But you also get that bait and switch where you're like, all right, let's have a nice dinner, let's do the romantic thing, and then after she eats, it's like, maybe tomorrow.
That is very frustrating. And that's all I'm going to say about that. So, all right, Howard, what do you got planned for Valentine's Day?
So we got dinner going on tomorrow, and she does not know that she's getting a dozen roses
Ooh.
and 12 strawberries delivered to her office today.
Damn,
Oh.
Howard.
Going
All
big.
right.
Look at you.
I know.
I gotta stop talking to Tommy. I gotta start talking to Howard about Valentine's Day.
Yeah, you got to step your game up, but it's 50-50 because, I did order it like yesterday, so
Okay.
hopefully it's there before end of business.
Howard, good luck with your afternoon sex, buddy. Thanks for the call.
All right, peace.
All right, there goes Howard.
Suave Howard.
I mean, I got to give it to him. The guy had it together.
all
He had
right.
it together. So, as we have this information here that most women, the most percentage of women have the best sex in the afternoon, where the most percentage of men have the best sex in the morning.
Yeah.
Nighttime, the worst time to have sex physically. Should we be at a point now where we're using whatever body time we like sex the most, or whatever time, let me try this again, whatever time of day our body likes sex the most,
Our body clock says, let's go.
to find a partner that has something similar?
Oh, like you got to line up. Like that should be like something you're looking for when you start dating.
A life
almost.
partner.
Yeah, I mean, look,
What's your sex? Where's your sex clock?
yes, exactly, because like people, they won't, some folks, religion matters to me. I want to find someone with the
Yeah.
same religion,
But you have to bring that up.
Why, it would be as simple as like putting it in a dating profile.
Oh, all right.
You know what I'm saying?
But let's say if you just met somebody,
Okay,
no dating, one-on-one.
sure.
You would have to bring that up.
I don't know if most people know that information about themselves. You'd also have to really be sure that that is the time that you prefer
Yeah.
to have sex, or that's the best time of day for you to have sex. Because a lot of, like I said, I think that varies for a lot of women. So she may have like an idea, but she might not know.
So you don't think it's possible to figure that out for yourself?
I think it'd be really hard for it to line up and both parties like know the answer to that.
Yeah, because what are the odds that with
Yeah.
everything else that also lines
Well,
up?
I mean, look, but what are the odds that with everything else you're the same
And-
religion, you're
and
the
but-
same ethnic background, if that matters? You want to raise your kid in an
And
Italian
don't you think,
family.
I
like in the
guess.
beginning of a relationship, it's hard to tell anyways
Well, if
because
it's an
you're probably
Italian relationship, that's easy. She never wants it.
But I would think in the beginning, when you're in that honeymoon stage, anytime's
yeah.
great. So you
Okay.
might not know for a long time which
That's an
person
out of
you are.
control train.
No,
man.
but here's the thing: you only dated as a young woman. You've never dated as an older
Okay,
person,
true.
right? So maybe
you
it
maybe
does
know more
change,
about yourself.
right?
Yeah.
And like now that we have this information, single people can also use it to their advantage. Because if you're a single guy, knowing that most ladies prefer sex in the afternoon, if you're gonna do it first time, make it in the middle of the day,
Oh, yeah.
right? Like second date, take her out to
That's
brunch.
almost like high school days, like you're a kid again.
Yeah, right before mom and dad get home
Right.
from work. But like, I mean, second
That
date,
would would be fun.
take her out to brunch, right? Find a reason to go back to her place, and now she's getting it at the time she wants it the most. And same for the ladies, right? Like, don't sleep with him and then show up at his house 7 a.m. one day and lay it. That sounds weirder.
Yeah, that doesn't sound creepy.
No, I don't want to have sex with you tonight. Next day, I'm here, bitch.
But he'd take it.
Well, yeah, but you would have to explain why you didn't sleep with him at night a couple days before, but now I'm here just for sex.
I don't think he'd be all that I think he would just take it and be quiet.
Understood, but I also would think as a woman, maybe that's not the
Well,
reputation I'm looking for.
You look
if I
a little
want,
trampy.
If I want to make this a long-term relationship,
Yeah.
where he thinks I'm just going to show up at his house at random times to
And
bang
then
him.
leave.
Yeah. Money's on the dresser. I'll
It's
say
a
Gotta go
welcome
work.
wagon.
All right, let's take a break.
All right.
This story is surprising and not surprising all at the same time.
What happened?
This is a place that can get dicey. Because every man here thinks he knows more than every other man.
Mm-hmm.
Nobody's really excited to be there, even though like every man gets excited to go to this place. So two folks getting in an argument that ends this way,
Yeah.
you can see it happening.
All right.
However, there is a lesson in this story that every single negative interaction you get into, whether it's just pointing at someone to yelling to whatever,
Yeah.
has the potential to go very, very wrong. And we'll tell you what happened at a hardware store next here in the break room. On CMF. There are some places that are just fight powder kegs waiting to explode.
Oh, yeah, at certain joints.
Yeah, you think bars, sporting events, places with masculinity running through them.
Maybe a little alcohol.
So in that way, minus the alcohol, as silly as the story is, it kind of makes sense. Because when you have all kinds of guys who think they know everything all in one place, there are bound to be disagreements. But the fact that it got this far.
Wow.
You're hanging out in the break room, Rochester's Classic Rock 96.5, WCMF. We'll jump right into the story. A 20-year-old man has been arrested after an incident in the parking lot of a Lowe's. Authorities say all the way back on January 22nd, the 20-year-old got in a verbal altercation with another man in the parking lot of the store.
All right.
Eventually, the men were separated, and the 20-year-old began to leave in his car. However, they do say it ain't over till it's over.
So what did he do in his car?
Authorities say the 20-year-old got out of his car and
Andrew
then
got in his car.
Yep, got back out. And then hit the man he was arguing with in the back with a wooden stick.
A wooden stick.
A wooden stick.
We're talking walking tall. Buford Pussard.
But it's very WWE, isn't it? Oh, my God, he's out of the car, and he's got a stick. So after an investigation, the 20-year-old was arrested last week.
For a sticking.
Yes.
Wow.
Now, keep in mind, this happened back on January 22nd, according to police. He's been charged with attempted assault and criminal possession of a weapon. And I guess in this case, the weapon would be the stick.
Easy stick.
He's got a court date coming up. So I know a fight at a big box hardware store sounds silly.
Yeah.
But when you really think about it, the more likely it becomes something like this would happen. Because, Tommy, if you go to a Home Depot or a Lowe's or whatever, it's a store full of men who think they know everything.
Burly men.
Right?
Manly men doing manly things. Getting it done, Pat.
And they have to get what they have to get for their project, and they don't want to be interrupted by anything.
Right.
Every guy in that store thinks they know more than every employee.
And they're focused.
Every guy there thinks the service should be better, the prices should be lower, the selection should be wider. And so help me God if this self-checkout doesn't work right. I mean, there's a lot of stress for guys.
There is.
And it's stress for no reason, but stress nonetheless.
Man stress.
So the idea that a little incident walking out in the parking lot could boil over into a backsticking, I mean, it's not all that out of the question.
True.
What are the odds that guy needed that stick for the project he went there
Oh,
for?
damn it. I got to go get another one.
It doesn't say he broke the stick over his
point.
back. It says he just used it.
Yeah.
And you know, here's the thing. If he didn't break the stick and he bought that for a project, you know he brought it home and was like sticking it in the ground. It was like, yeah, this is my trophy
Oh, yeah.
across that man's back. How old do you think the guy who was allegedly hit with the wooden stick
Ooh.
was?
Older than 20.
You think so?
By a bunch.
Okay,
You think? I think the older the guy, the less likely that guy's hitting him with the stick.
Oh, I don't mean like the guy's ancient.
Oh,
Like
okay.
my
So what do you
age.
think?
When I thought 20-year-old popped a dude in the back with a stick, I thought the other dude was like your age or a little above, like between, what are you, 37?
I'm 38.
Between
38 and
35
45.
Okay. So it's at least a 20-year sticking.
Yeah, and those boys got a sweet spot in the back where you can take them down one swing.
So you don't think that a 20-year-old would hit a 60-year-old man in the back with a stick?
I guess
You're saying
I
they
mean,
have
I
to be
wouldn't.
different generations
I
for
would-
that to happen.
Yeah, I mean, I can't. I mean, it's not out of the question, but I'm guessing you don't need a stick to take down a guy my age.
Well, no, you don't need it, but it would be satisfying to blast
Just
you in
don't
the back.
encourage
No,
that,
I'm not
Patrick.
saying do it. I'm saying if I had a stick,
Just don't say
the
that.
first thing I would do with it was hit you in the back with it. Kimmy, is this an older victim if the allegations are true, or a guy around 20?
I would probably actually put him in his like 30s ish.
Okay.
Because it'd be one of those things where I could see the younger guy thinking, well, you're not old enough to be telling me what to do.
Okay.
Kind of thing.
Yeah, there's not a lot of 20-year-old customers in those stores.
Well, you're also not in a big box store in the middle of the week.
I mean, he could be working for a contractor grabbing stuff.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Yeah. So, like, I mean, if he's on the job, yeah, there's lots of guys
All
that
right.
age that are running in and out grabbing stuff. Now, here's the thing. I'm with you guys. It would make the most logical sense if
Yeah.
there was two younger guys full of you-know-what and vinegar. Because, like, when you see a fight at a bar or a sporting event, the most likely pairing are two younger guys.
Yeah.
They are dumb enough to have something to prove, not old enough to have the wisdom to just walk away. But
Yeah.
at the same time, there are some old men, Tommy, who look at Lowe's, Home Depot, True Value as their territory.
Oh, yeah.
And I mean that generationally. Like, one day, these young kids walking around these stores, they'll earn their wings. Well, you ain't earned them yet.
Yeah.
And if one of them's getting too big for their britches, someone's got to pull their pants down.
Okay.
in a figurative way.
They get mad if the people working there look too young.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Like the fact that the fight was over, at least according to reports, and then he came back and hit him with the stick,
Yeah.
tells me this was an old man.
Oh,
like the
you
old,
think an older guy. All
well,
right.
like the old man wanted to get his words in and then get out of there before it got really bad, and he'd have done it too if it weren't for that meddling stick to the back. Phone number is 252-WCMF, 252-9263. We were talking about the story of 20-year-old man arrested after an incident at Lowe's. Police say he got into a verbal altercation with another man in the parking lot. Eventually, they were separated. The 20-year-old began to leave in his car. He then got out of his car, according to police, and hit the other man in the back with a wooden stick. This happened all the way back on January 22nd, but the 20-year-old was just arrested this week for attempted assault and possession of a weapon, criminal possession of a weapon. There is a big-time lesson here for everyone.
Well, what's the lesson?
Every single negative interaction you get into has the potential to go very wrong.
Oh, sure. You never know. Where
Especially if it
how
carries
it's
out.
going to shake out.
Especially if it carries out into the parking lot. You know, once it gets to that point, I feel like all bets are off.
But, Kimmy, even if this fight did start in the parking lot,
Okay.
let's say a guy was pulling out,
All
almost
right.
hit him. Let's
Yeah.
say, hey, I'm trying to get
Yeah.
in here, whatever. This story is the story of unforced errors on both parties' sides. If the victim avoids the initial argument,
Just lets it go.
they don't end up with a wooden stick in their back.
Yes.
If the suspect just continues to drive off in his car, he's
Shaking
not.
their head.
He's not in jail.
Yeah, he's not facing charges. Like, we're a show that is very anti living in fear, thinking everyone is out to get you. But at the same time, you can't decrease your chances of something bad happening to you if you just let it go.
So you got to think before you open up your mouth, could this lead to a sticking?
yeah, I think that's the perfect way to put it.
Then put that on a T-shirt and sell it at Lowe's.
Sticking's the best case scenario, by
Yeah.
the way. I mean, thank God this kid wasn't buying a machete.
Oh,
You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, yeah.
I mean, like, let it go. Like, it's not that important. A week later, you're not even going to remember that interaction.
Probably not.
Unless you're in handcuffs
Yeah.
or seeing your chiropractor for a bad case of woodback, right?
Yeah, you got to wonder if after the stick was swung, if that kid immediately regretted it or if they walked away satisfied. Like, yeah, I got the last word.
Okay. I'm going to say
Or if they were like, oh, crap, probably shouldn't have taken it that far.
a man over 35.
Yeah.
No, I'm going to go a man over 30 will be driving away saying, I should not have done that.
Yeah.
A 20-year-old kid will immediately call all his
take that.
yes, all his
Oh,
friends
yeah.
and tell I just blasted a dude
Okay.
in the back with a wooden stick.
Yeah.
You're gonna brag about it at the bar that night. You're gonna tell your girlfriend, and she's gonna be like, "What the hell's wrong with you?" But no, you don't get it. I hit it with a stick. Like that kid's excited if the allegations are
but
true.
that's what the youth is, right?
That's what- yeah.
Stupidity.
Yes, and like I have no sympathy if the allegations are true for the 20-year-old. I mean, the other lesson here is the younger the person, the less wisdom they have that if this goes really wrong, things can get really bad.
Yeah, they
for
don't
them.
see
Yeah.
the future
consequences.
results.
Exactly.
Yeah.
And they also don't understand, if you're an older person, how truly fragile the human body is.
Yeah.
Because, like, at 20, I could take, like, 5 sticks to the back.
That was after your shows.
But you're
What?
going down hard.
I did last night. bro.
Much like your mama. Got to the finish line first.
What's interesting
Yes.
is, I guess we don't know because it doesn't say in the story, but that person that got hit also didn't fight back, and I don't know what that says about their age.
They could have been, I mean, all right, if they didn't fight back, it could be, I'm done here, and I don't
Like
want to
that-
go any
yeah.
furder.
Which
They
is
could
a
have
smart,
gotten walloped,
Thank
which
you.
man.
is right, which
They
is
could
a
have just
smart
been,
move.
Ah!
Yeah.
Ah, my back!
Well, you catch me in the back like that?
Yeah,
Oh, man.
that's why it could have been an older person.
Yeah, she's
No,
not
eh?
wrong. I mean, if he puts
Because
it
I would
down.
think like 30 something, yeah, it's gonna freaking hurt, but your adrenaline's pumping at that point. I would think you'd turn around and chase that kid down.
I gotta say, let's say this was someone under 35, right? Not that, okay, we'll put it this way. If it was someone under 35 and he got walloped so hard with that stick that they could not physically get up, like it hurt so much, that's the worst part of the story. Because not only have you become a spectacle where this kid just wooded you in the back, and
Yeah.
granted, it's a dirty move
Yeah.
if the allegations are
And
true, but it
totally
still happened.
understandable that you wouldn't do anything after.
No, but I'm saying you would want to do something and not have physical capacity to do it. The thing that would have bothered me the most is that I wasn't able to get up and like shut. All right, let's do this thing.
But he also
Watch him drive
got up
away.
on you without you realizing it, and there were people there.
Yeah.
Based on the fact that they had to be separated.
Yes.
Which
Yeah.
tells me there was a group of people pulling them apart This kid was able to
Okay.
get up on behind you. And it had to happen fairly quickly because the other guy was still in the parking lot.
Yeah, you're right.
Right.
Yeah.
So nobody go, hey, he's got a stick, Charlie. What?
But here's the thing.
Unless
It's
everybody
so
had walked away at that point,
But
thinking
it's-
it was over.
it's also so unexpected. Hit me with a
Yeah.
stick. You could yell, "Watch out!" and the guy was like, "Watch out for blah!"
Right, yeah.
What am I watching?
But he
Blah!
circled around. Like he left and kind of circled back, got out of the car, pulled his stick at him, and popped you. All that had to go down fairly quick, unless you were like loading your car up.
Sure. I mean, look, I would think if I got in an argument, we separated, and I saw the guy get in the car,
Yeah.
it's over. I would
Right.
not think
but
I would.
there's other people
Yeah.
around
Sure.
still, right?
I think you're overestimating when you yell "Watch out," because the first reaction to "Watch out" is to stick your head up and go, "What?
Like
Yeah.
looking up, like something's gonna hit me.
Yeah.
Something's falling.
Where? Huh? Blah!" Like, I'm not smart enough to immediately curl up into a ball if someone says
Yeah.
"Watch out." The first thing, and I don't even know if they're
Kinda
talking to
duck.
me.
Yeah, true.
Watch out! Who's got to watch? Ah!
He's
Ah!
got his stick.
All right, let's take a break. Things have been going really well for the Buffalo Bills the last couple of years.
Well, come on, man.
Right.
They're on fire.
And we talked about how, Kimmy, how close this team has been this season. Everybody loves each other. It was everybody eats, one player not above the team. However, the NFL is a business.
Oh, yeah.
And these guys that are playing, they only have X amount of years to make all of their money
Yeah.
before it's over. There is a man who, not this year but next year, is going to need a new contract. However, based on some moves over the last couple of days, it seems he wants this contract now. And he wants a lot of money.
Okay.
And Kimmy, I have a very sick feeling
Yeah.
that this is not going to go well.
Oh.
Ooh,
Who
not
we
the way
losing?
it started.
We're going to lose a guy.
Maybe.
It's understandable that the guy wants this.
But the number
but
he
it's-
dropped,
yeah.
Kimmy,
Is he
Yeah.
good?
I mean, he's great.
Yeah.
But I don't know.
Big part of the team.
I don't know if he's this much money. Great.
Oh.
We'll
Will
get it-
somebody else give it to him, though?
I don't know. I mean, because after this year, these players all of a sudden became a premium position again.
Yeah.
We'll tell you all about it, and we'll do it next here in the break room on CMF. Oh, I got a bad feeling about this.
What happened?
Look, man, this Bills team is great. They're so much fun. The expectation was they were going to add, a superstar to push them over the edge of the offseason. You got a lot of draft capital you can use if you want to go that route. Everything was lining up great. And then this, because here's the thing, Kimmy. You understand, this guy wants to get paid. He's only got a short period of time to do it.
All right.
The Bills haven't dealt with this in a while, though.
Especially at this position.
Yes. Yeah.
You're hanging out in the break room, Rochester's Classic Rock, 96.5, WCMF. Earlier this week, Bills running back James Cook made some waves on Instagram.
What's he saying?
So James Cook is not a free agent this coming season. He's under contract. He is a free agent next year.
Yeah.
But there is a trend with running backs, Tommy.
What's that?
It is such a brutal position, and any play can change your career like that,
Sure.
that they don't want to go into what's called a lame duck year. They want to make sure that they have guaranteed money.
So they're covered.
Exactly.
All
So,
right.
they can't get hurt, become a free agent, and then make no money afterwards. So, this week, James Cook unfollowed the Bills on Instagram.
Wiped it clean of all Bills content.
Yep.
No kidding.
And then,
They breaking up?
in a discussion talking about his upcoming potential contract,
Yeah.
he indicated he wanted $15 million a year from the Bills.
So what's a running back go these days?
All right, let me put it this way. If he were to get that contract, he would be the second highest paid running back in the NFL, behind only San Francisco's Christian McCaffrey. And I think his argument is he had a better year than Christian McCaffrey did because he barely played at all. So why am I not worth the $15
But I feel like a lot of
million?
running backs could make that argument.
Yeah.
But I mean, he did it in a season where they weren't supposed to be that good.
Yes.
I mean, he was a huge part of the offense.
And the
He
kid
had-
delivered.
Yeah.
He had an historical season, legitimately. He had one of the best seasons a Bills running back has ever had.
So somebody's going to pay him,
Okay.
right?
All right, well, let's talk. So I do want to be clear, too. The Bills have been raving about James Cook. In fact, Sean McDermott at the end of your press conference, and I'm paraphrasing, said they drafted him. He was just raving about him. They drafted him to be a pass-catching running back, and the way that he's evolved into a legitimate power runner, he loves the kid.
They found a lot of ways to use him.
Yes.
He fits very well with Joe Brady's offense.
And I love James Cook. Love James Cook. You can't pay him $15 million a year.
Not this year.
You
right?
next year ever. You can't do that.
But if you want a quality running back, you're going to have to pay somebody, aren't you? Long term.
Or you just keep drafting guys, which is what the Bills have kind of done. Now,
Yeah,
granted,
but that kind of that could bite you in the ass.
it can. Also, paying a running back $15 million could bite you in the ass. Allow me to gesture towards San Francisco.
Like Saquon Barkley, what does he make?
Less than $15 million.
I mean, is it close or?
Well, let me put it this way. Derrick Henry, I believe, made $8 last year.
He only made 8.
Well, I mean, he was on the downslope of his career. They thought he
he's
was
a
done.
little- yeah.
But, I mean, he had a great season.
Oh my God, you can't stop that kid.
That's what I'm saying. So, again,
Yeah.
there's an argument both ways, where if the Bills can point to him and go say he's the best running back in the NFL, arguably, and he made only 8, you want 15. You ain't Derrick Henry, son, and you never will.
So Saquon Barkley has an average annual salary of about over $12 million.
All right, so,
Yeah,
he's $3 million under what Cook wants. And
Yeah.
by the way, if Saquon Barkley were to become a free agent tomorrow, he may get $16-17 million.
Okay.
I don't like this.
So he's going to be gone.
We'll see.
So it
unless
doesn't look
he's-
good if he's wiped all his social media clean
unless,
of the
you know,
Bills.
unless he's just doing this to get as much as he can.
Well,
from
that's
the
smart
team.
on his part.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, this is a common play.
Get the
right,
money.
for players. But
And I think the social media stuff has also been added to a lot of these situations we see between teams and players, where it's like I'm ready to leave. I got one foot out the door. This is kind of their way of saying that.
Yeah.
But here's the thing. Let's say let's say he was worth $15 million, which, with all due respect, I don't think he was worth $15 million. You have so much money wrapped up in Josh Allen, and you're about to give him an extension.
Yeah.
You have to pay wide receiver Khalil Shakir. You have to pay defensive back Christian Benford, who has turned into arguably a top 5 corner in the NFL. You can't pay all these guys at the same time. You got to pay Greg Rousseau, defensive end. You got to pay Terrell Bernard, middle linebacker. I would, if you're asking me where does he fall in that pecking order? There's like 2 or 3 guys I think I'd sign before him.
So you think he's got to go then? And then
I think
go
they
get a
would
new
like
guy.
to keep him if they can, but if he's really demanding that number, I think based on what the Bills have done the last few years, and maybe I'm forgetting somebody, but when was the last time they gave into those types of demands for somebody? Because they let Stephon Diggs go.
Yeah, I mean, you want to talk
and
running
you
backs?
knew he was going to ask for a big contract eventually.
You want to talk running backs? I mean, all the running backs they've drafted under Brandon Beane, Zach Moss, and Devin Singletary, they let them go into free
It
agency.
seems like they're willing to let guys walk if they don't feel like
out you go.
if they don't feel like they can pay them.
And the other thing that sucks for James Cook here, and again, he had a great season. You had a guy in Ty Johnson who was a free agent off the street who had an unbelievable season. He's the reason they won that Lions game. And then a guy in Ray Davis who they drafted last year who looks like he might actually be something.
All right, so you got 2 decent backs.
Well, one, Ty Johnson is a free agent.
All right.
But you would go back in this year and draft another guy.
All right.
But here's the big question.
What?
And the phone number is 252-WCMF. Again, we're talking about James Cook, Bills running back. Unfollowed the Bills, wiped his social media clean of all Bills content, and then said in a conversation on Instagram that he wants $15 million a year. He's also on Twitter liking everybody that says he should get $15 million a year.
Well, that's who you definitely like.
Well, but it's just some guy going like, I think he deserves $15 million. Like!
Yes.
The Bills have him under contract, like I said.
All right.
Right? So this year, if he doesn't
So
play,
he is coming back.
well, that's just it.
But we've seen guys choose to sit.
Yeah.
Oh, you can just cut him loose?
I mean, yeah, you can hold out, say you're not going to play, hope the team trades you to someone who's willing to give you that contract, right?
Yeah.
Or you play the season out, and if any little thing feels wrong on your body,
Pull a move.
Yeah, well, yeah, I can't play.
Mm.
And that's a problem because this was supposed to be the year where it's like, all right, now we're going for
It all comes together.
I mean, look, he's got leverage.
Smart move on his part to do it now.
Yeah, but it's going to hurt you in the court of public
do you
opinion.
also, I was going to say,
But
does
he
it
don't
hurt?
care. That he doesn't deposit that in the bank.
Yeah, but
baby.
does it hurt your locker room? I mean, because the Bills are so like, everybody eats. We're all in this together. I don't know how that plays if he does decide to return and still wants that money.
But this is how this business kind of works, though.
But I think she asked a great question because,
Right.
to your point, it is a business, and every guy in that room
What's their money?
exactly. But at the same time, him not playing affects everybody else
It does.
potentially
We've
getting
seen
their
that.
money.
We've
Right.
seen that really disrupt teams before. I mean, it's happened to every franchise at some point.
But the counterpoint to that, let's say they give Josh the extension that he wants, another $250 million, so the Bills will have paid him $500 million. And I get why you would do that.
Yeah, you got to keep him.
I mean, how could someone like Josh Allen be like, you really got to take the deal that's on the table?
Yeah.
Excuse me while I take my $500 million.
But
and
he
go
could
over
also
here.
pull a move like Brady did and take a little less so the kid gets his payday. Because that's how some of these dynasties hang out, right?
I don't think that ever happens in the history of the NFL.
Wow.
Because Brady was getting paid outside of the Patriots.
Well, yeah.
You know what I'm
All right,
saying?
Yeah. But so is Josh now.
Well, no, I meant
He's a gladiator on the offseason.
my
That's got to pay good in Rome.
my conspiracy theory is
What?
Brady was getting paid outside, like the team was paying him.
Oh, like they were
somehow.
working around
Somehow,
the cap.
something happened where it was cool.
But
like
can't you
UNLV.
argue, though, Josh Allen is underpaid?
I do. I
mean,
think so. Yes,
I think.
Underpaid?
he is.
Yeah, he is.
He's
in
got
terms of where he ranks
He's going to be a
on the
billionaire.
quarterback scale.
right now with his contract. He is by far the best value in the NFL.
Which is insane at that money.
I mean, you may be able to make an argument for Derrick Henry with him only making $8 million last year, but
Yeah.
only an argument. I don't think you can.
Well, he kind of saved that franchise.
Well, until he came into Buffalo.
Yeah.
So in that way, it's Josh.
All right.
Ah, Kimmy, everything was looking so good.
Yeah. Yeah. This
Why are you doing
happened
that?
quickly, too.
Yeah, like it came up. Well, James Cook doesn't speak.
Boom. Yeah.
In fact, the Bills made a joke out of it. They would do a video every week.
His quote of
Yeah,
the week or
yeah.
whatever.
James, it was it James Cook words of
Yeah.
encouragement of this week? Or it was like game time, and then we go back to the music.
It
all
sucks
gonna work
because
out.
it's an issue you didn't see coming this year. You know what I mean? You kind of figured, okay, well, next year will be the year that they decide, if they want to keep him around, what they want to pay him. But this definitely throws a wrench into things.
But doesn't this happen to every one of these franchises when it starts to heat up?
Yeah.
Everybody wants to start getting money.
For sure.
And then it gets a little ugly.
No, you're
like
not
that,
wrong.
That camaraderie only lasts so long in this business.
Well, but here's the thing. I wouldn't even say it's lack of camaraderie. The guy just wants his money, which
right, but you're saying it. Then it starts getting a little ugly, and yeah.
can I tell you, man? This is causing a little bit of a personal crisis with me
What happened?
because the blue collar Bills fan, working class guy in me is like, are you kidding me? Everything is going so well
All
right
right.
now, and you're going to wreck it over
Yeah.
wanting money that you probably aren't going to get from anybody else. Like that is burning
I
inside me.
think the success would outweigh that, you're saying?
Exactly. Yes, but on the other hand, the now grown, mature adult in me is thinking to
I've seen
myself,
things go very wrong for these guys.
yes, and like
Yeah.
if you boil it back down to like real life, yes, I understand nobody listening is making $15 million a year, but if you're worth something at your job and they're not going to pay you, you should absolutely go somewhere else.
And no matter what class you in, you would take that extra money.
Exactly. So
You'd
like
take that money.
So, like, I now have this inner battle of, like, guy from Gates who's like, take the money and help my team, to, like, yeah, get your money,
Yeah.
man. I don't know what to think. I don't know what to do.
Take the billionaire's money.
No, but I want him to be here. I want him to play hard.
Then
I want
pay
him to
him.
be, but no, well, we can't afford to pay him.
And by the way, they can afford.
No, there's a salary cap.
They move this over here.
That-
I hear
that's not
Brady
a
was
thing.
doing it over here.
What are you
guy
talking
over
about?
there.
You're not going to risk your franchise being
There's
wrecked
something
for
over there.
James Cook.
You take a little out the stadium money. You don't
right.
need all those
I
lights.
don't think it works like that.
It doesn't. It absolutely works the opposite of that, actually. Let's take a break. I'm sorry, everybody. I know we were rambling for too long. Okay. We're talking about money. Let's talk about money.
Oh yeah, I love some money.
Well, because
What's the matter?
you don't even need to try and look big money to make a mistake. And there are levels. Like if you see a guy walking around with like a Rolex on his arm.
Well, that's big money.
Well, and you know that guy wants you to know he's got money, right? But there are also situations where something can be expensive and you can be talked into it just not wanting to look busted in front of
All
somebody
right.
else. Do you understand what I'm saying?
Yeah.
That's
Yeah, you're almost shamed into it.
yes, that situation presented itself because
To who?
look, I had no idea this was
To
this
you?
expensive. Yes, I had no idea this was this expensive. And I agreed to purchase something, anticipating the cost. And oh my God, was I off.
The hell'd you step up to?
I'm going to tell you the story and we'll do it next year in the break room on CMF. you don't need to look big money,
Okay.
but you don't want to look busted.
No,
either.
no.
And when I say look busted, I don't mean like the way you dress or walking around with a big wad of cash flashing everywhere.
Mm-hmm.
I mean just like fitting in normal.
Okay.
When you realize you can't afford something and you're the only one who realizes it in the moment,
Yeah.
it gets uncomfortable.
It's gotta be embarrassing.
Yep.
Shameful, really.
Yeah, all of that.
Like disgusting.
You're hanging out in the break room. Rochester's Classic Rock, 96.5, WCMF. Just after 9:30ish. It's Friday. You know what that means?
Oh, we gonna creep it out, boy.
That's right. Creep cap coming at you. What?
Creep it out, boy.
Creep it, boy. Creep it, boy. Creep cap coming at you. And for the first time in 50 years,
50 years.
this vehicle is no longer the highest selling vehicle in America.
Oh, wow.
Can you guess? Do you know what it is?
Yes.
Okay, we'll get into it just after 9:30 here in the break room on CMF. So if you listen to the show on a regular basis, you know my youngest, she started playing tennis like a year ago.
Yeah.
Played at school this year. She's young. I'm very proud of her. She's working
Yeah,
really
she really
hard.
took to it.
Yeah, she likes it. She likes it a lot. And that has caused an issue.
Why?
Well, she has her like group tennis lesson on Thursday nights.
Yeah.
So it's at like a place that also has a place to work out. So I'll go work out. She goes to her tennis lesson. So last night, tennis is over. Waiting for her to finish up, and her
Yeah.
coach comes over, and he's complimenting my daughter.
Yeah.
And he's like the nicest guy. He's a younger guy, really good dude. And he pulls me aside and he goes, listen. Claire's at the point where her racket is holding her back.
Okay. She
So-
needs a more advanced racket.
Bigger racket.
Yeah.
No, he didn't say advanced. He said bigger because she's got like the kid's racket. He
Okay,
goes, she needs
so
an
it goes by how like tall she's getting.
I
Yeah,
guess.
all right.
He goes, she needs an adult racket
Right.
now. And then he goes, I know this can be hard for parents. So he goes, I can just order it through a pro shop
Easy.
and I could bring it next week. He goes, just
Perfect.
you tell me what she's looking for. And I go, well, I don't even know. Like, honestly.
Light graphite. Yeah, nice.
So fantastic. It's
Yeah.
great. I go, yeah, that sounds great. We'll do that. So again, keep in mind, I know nothing about the world of tennis.
Yeah.
Right? Again, I'm in this less than a year.
This is new to you too.
And when we went, Kimmy, to get her first tennis racket, we went to Dick's.
Yeah.
It cost like $30.
That'll do.
Yep, that was that. So I was thinking out loud, or thinking to myself, Tommy, markup, like pro shop sounds a little more expensive.
Well, you're going to bend over whack.
Well, no, I thought bigger
like
racket,
custom?
pro shop. Well, he didn't say custom.
Okay.
I was assuming the racket would be $50 to $60.
No
Okay, like
way.
a little bit more than your average rack or what you think is the average.
I
Man.
spent $30 and it had Serena on the package when I got it at Dick's.
You ain't even,
I know nothing of that equipment.
How would I know?
you ain't even close.
How
man.
would I know?
Because tennis is like that. And by the way, it's a tennis instructor talking about rackets. It ain't Target no more.
Okay, no, it was
It
first
ain't
of all,
Target no more.
put that on a T-shirt. You ain't got Target in that tomorrow. So I'm assuming $60. So I tell him, hey man, thank you. That would be
So
great.
you don't even get the price. You just pull the trigger and
You
say,
just
pick it up.
assume.
I assumed and I said, we'll take it.
All right.
So he looks at me and he goes, okay, great. And he pulls out his phone and he starts like typing away and he goes,
Yeah.
all right. So after the racket, the labor to string it, that will be $240.
That's kind of what I thought.
What?
Really?
Yeah, it's tennis, man. It's a foo-foo
Okay.
sport. It's a country club sport.
$30. We spent $30 on the first one.
Right. But you bought a chintzy kid racket.
It wasn't chintzy. It said Wilson on it.
Basically, yeah, but basically you bought her a ping pong paddle.
No, I just that wasn't. They were all $30.
This is balanced. The grips are right.
Shut up.
Now you have to get a regrip too when you get it restrung.
No, it comes with the gripping actually.
no, but you'll have to have a regrip when she needs it restrung.
Okay.
Is this at least something that she can have for a while?
I don't know.
Or is she going to need a different one down the road?
I don't
So
know.
back in the day, and I played a little tennis. Back in the day with my first wife.
Ah,
They always say your racket should never celebrate a birthday.
shut your mouth.
No, I'm serious.
Shut
man,
up. No,
Because
you're lying.
Because if she's playing actively like
Yeah.
that, it gets out of balance.
No,
like,
shut up.
stretched
and
out
even
or
after it
something?
gets restrung, they can't.
Shut up.
It gets a little warped.
Okay, now I know you're lying. Shut up.
Am I?
Shut up. Yes, you are. I don't know if you're lying.
I don't
know
either. You
tennis.
were so confident about coffee earlier that now I'm questioning everything.
You need a demi. I think they call them a demi-task racket. It's a weighted Italian racket.
So here's the thing.
Yeah.
The phone number is 252-WCMF, 252-9263. He tells me this price, and my first thought in my head is there is no way I could spend $240 on a tennis
Plus
racket.
tax.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And delivery.
And I don't know how much better this racket would be than the $30
Hopefully
one.
a lot
it's
better.
well, also it's better. It's probably a lighter racket.
Okay,
probably.
fine, but if she's playing tennis
Yeah.
in high school, and she ain't going to the U.S. Open tomorrow.
But she's also a doctor's child.
What does that have to do
She
with
can't be
anything?
out there with your sad ass, discount.
It's not a discount. $30 was what all the tennis rackets
No,
cost.
She don't.
Okay.
She can't play trash racket.
Look, I'll be straight up with you. If I went home last night and I told my wife I just spent $240 on a new tennis racket for Claire, she would have flipped the F out on me. So there I am.
All right.
All right? I have already agreed to pay for this tennis
Yes.
racket
Yeah, you win.
without knowing the price. And I needed a way to get out of it because I could not.
But you bailed on it
too
in
late.
front of her instructor.
Oh, what I. And,
To her instructor.
so, like, here's. And again, like, what made it worse is the
Yeah,
guy.
you're pulling out.
I like this guy, the instructor. He's a really nice guy, but he's got to be like 25. And to him in that moment, me spending this money is no big deal because I'm a 38-year-old man with a wife, 2 kids, and a mortgage, right? And, like, you're right. I guess tennis is a country club sport, so
course
maybe
it is.
this is nothing
Yeah.
to him and everybody.
These people throwing her like nothing.
And
Pat.
that
Maybe
makes
he thought
it.
he was getting you a deal.
Yeah, I don't know. So this makes it so much worse. So I'm staring this kid in the face, and I'm trying to come up with something to say. And time is ticking because he goes,
Yeah.
"Okay, that'll be $240."
Yeah.
And there's just silence, and I'm literally looking at him like this, like my eyes wide open. And I say,
What?
like, I just like it fell out of my mouth. I was like, "Oh yeah, well, mortgage just came out, and whew."
Money's tight.
I didn't even say that.
So you did money's tight.
All I said was,
Mortgage is coming out.
I said, "Oh yeah, mortgage just came
Okay.
out, and whew."
Wow.
And he looks at me, and now he's silent for a second. He's all confused, and he goes, "So don't buy the racket?" And I go, "Yeah, don't buy the
So you
racket."
bailed
I
on
bailed.
the kid?
I had to bail.
Did
I
you,
had-
probably
you
gets-
not right now it?
Yeah.
You said,
and he might
maybe
get a little
later.
commission on it.
Okay, I'm
Oh,
sorry.
yeah, that's true.
Look, I'm sorry. I'm sorry if you get commission. I can't.
You can do
Yeah,
it.
but
No.
here's the thing,
Here's
though.
the thing.
I mean,
You got it. You just don't want to spend it because you think it's too much.
No.
money.
it's more the fact that you also have a daughter who plays hockey that you spend a lot more money on. You know what I mean? Every year. And this is a single item that she needs to play the sport.
But she doesn't need that to play the sport.
But-
and even with
but I'm
hockey.
sa- but if we're gonna,
There's a frying pan,
but if
honey.
we're gonna compare, and you know that your daughters are comparing, whether or
Shut
not you see,
up,
That's a
see
great
it,
point, Pat.
Shut up.
you gotta get her the racket.
No, because like even with my daughter in hockey, like my daughter will walk into a hockey store and want the most expensive stick, and I will argue with her for 30 minutes until I have to insult her about how she
Yeah.
plays hockey to get. No, I don't. I'm not buying the most expensive sporting equipment.
I don't think that's the most expensive racket. Anyway, that's probably middle of the road.
No, $240
For a kid that's in a team sport. I didn't understand if you were just playing in the backyard.
Yeah.
But if you're a kid in a team sport, I
Sure.
don't think $250 for a racket. It's that
Shut
bad.
up! Don't you sit here and act like you would spend that
No,
money.
there's like $2,000 rackets
Great,
out there.
good. I go see him in the Smithsonian. What, Arthur Ashe play with it? I don't care. I don't care. I'm not spending that kind of
But you
money.
got it. Man.
Okay.
Look at that jersey you're wearing today.
This is a sweatshirt that I got for $15.
Bro, it's got like medals on it and stuff.
No, it doesn't have medals. Nobody
Winter
bought
Classic.
it. I bought it a year later because the Sabres got blown out in this Winter Classic by the Rangers. Look, the fact is this.
Get it a racket.
Shut up. It's not about getting her the
My
racket.
old man, my old man was a piece of crap.
Yeah.
He would have bought me that racket.
Yeah, and look how you turned out, you spoiled ass bitch. By the way, my
Would
daughter
have been worse.
My daughter doesn't know. Like this happened away from my daughter.
Well, thank God.
I don't know, but I don't know if she'd be embarrassed. Would she be embarrassed by that?
Yeah, chintzy ass dad.
Chintzy ass dad.
Chintzy ass dad who's got it.
All right. The phone number is 252-WCMF, 252-9263. It is hard to come up with something more embarrassing than people assuming you have money
Right.
that you can't spend.
And you back out of the deal.
Well, yeah, even worse. When you get the price of something wrong and you have to pull it back and be like, on second thought, no, thank you. It is such a shot to the pride.
Mhm.
And it will have you in that moment weighing spending money that you should not or cannot,
Yeah.
maybe money you even don't have, simply to avoid the embarrassment of walking it back.
Yeah, financial shame.
Look, I was inches away last night from just agreeing to buy this racket only because I didn't want to look like a bum.
Mm-hmm.
And what makes it so stupid,
What's that?
I barely know this kid,
Yeah, sure.
right? I say hello to him once a week. There is no need for me to impress him in any way. Yet in that moment, when we are face to face and I agree to buy this racket and then he says $240 and we are staring, gazing deep into each other's
Yeah.
eyes, I did not want him to think I was a busted, sad chintz of a man.
Right.
And what I can't figure out is why. Why, Tommy, did in that moment I care so much about what this man thought about me?
Were you afraid to be judged as a parent
Nope,
on top
parent
of that?
didn't even factor into that
okay,
at that
so
moment.
Just
me and this
being
man.
cheap.
Just me and this 20-something-year-old man. Why,
Okay.
Tommy, this man I do not really know, did I care so much about what he thought?
Because you came up short in front of the guy, right? And that's embarrassing. Because like he probably deals with parents all. He's a tennis instructor, right?
Yeah.
At this gym, so he deals with parents all day, and most parents pay the money. So he was probably a little shocked. You might have been the first person that's ever bailed on a racket. You know what I mean?
So, okay, but
So I mean,
But like being the man that I am, I should have just looked at him and been like, yeah, I don't want it. Well, I don't care. I don't care what this kid thinks about me. Nice kid, but if he thinks I'm some cheap-ass bitch, what does it matter? But in that moment, we were looking at each other, and I cared. I cared,
because you were
Tommy.
embarrassed. Because it goes back to how you were raised,
Oh, shut up.
power being cut off at the house.
Shut up.
Daddy walked out,
Shut
hole
up.
in the roof,
Shut up.
vehicles that didn't start in your driveway.
They almost always started.
This is the reason that we all will spend more than we need to on certain things, because once that price comes out, you don't want to look like, you don't want to look like, well, never mind. Actually, can you please remove that from my bill? No, thank you.
But
now that I
why?
see the price.
And
Why
yet-
do we care about what strangers think in that situation?
Well, because you weren't nonchalant about. You were interested in getting a new racket for your daughter.
Sure, yeah.
So like, if you would have just, I don't really care. She could keep this one. I mean, if it works for me.
Okay.
Like, but you kind of went in all in. Like you were excited to get the kid the new racket, and then you got the price, and then you pulled out
Here's what it is. You
before
would
you were
judge.
all the way in.
You would judge a person in your situation for saying no, thank you.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I would.
Like
Yeah.
you would
You're
judge
right.
yourself in this situation,
You're
and
right.
that's what it comes down to.
252 WCMF. I see you guys on hold. We'll get. I'm coming right for you. Hold on. My youngest, she's been playing tennis for about a year. She takes this like group class on Thursdays. So last night we're there, and her tennis teacher instructor comes up and says, "Hey, Claire's doing great. Really proud of her."
She's applying herself.
He goes, but
Sounds
she's
like her daddy.
it's time for a new racket. She's outgrown a racket.
Yeah.
She's got a youth racket. It's time to get an adult racket. And the youth racket cost, I think, $30 at Dick's when we bought the first one a year ago.
It's a kiddie racket.
So the guy goes, listen, I got a connection with a pro shop. I can have it ordered. We can have it all taken care of, and I can just bring it next week. And I
It's
go,
a dunk.
great. And I assumed it would be more expensive because of the pro shop and everything. So I was thinking I was going to hear $60. So I go, yes, we'll take it. Thank you. He tells me, good's on his phone, He goes, okay, after the stringing, the labor for all that stuff, it'll be $240. And I didn't want to look like a cheap-ass bitch, but I knew I can't spend $240 on a tennis racket. I don't know enough about this world. I don't know enough about it. I backed off. I told him no thank
Yeah.
you. I said,
Too rich for my blood.
no, I just said mortgage, yeesh.
Better in my pocket than theirs, Mr. Adidas.
252 WCMF. Let's talk to Dave. Hey, Dave, how are you, buddy?
How you doing?
Go, Dave. What do you got?
Yeah, a couple things going on. One, you, like me, grew up kind of lower middle class, and just hearing the number 250, you go, shit, what?
Whoa,
Whoa,
get it.
Sorry.
See, I can tell he grew up in Gates, too, cursing like that on the radio.
In the city, not engaged.
But go on, Dave.
But so you like that initial, oh my God, and then kind of like Tommy said, you didn't want to, you want to do what you can, but that you just can't, throw out that money just any way, shape, or form. Well, again, because your wife is going to go like, you drop $250 on a racket.
Yeah.
But that said, $250 for a good racket, not a lot from what I've understand. I got a buddy whose kids played tennis, and that he said that's probably a low end pro racket.
But now you're
top
calling my
racket.
kid low end. They call my kid low end, Dave.
No, I'm calling you low end because you won't drop the bills on a racket. But
Go ahead, Dave. I'm sorry.
and then what does it cost when you take your other daughter out for travel hockey?
Oh, I mean, it's endless. I mean, the amount of money you spend on travel hockey is endless. But I do want to draw a line here because I
What's that?
understand why people have this
Yeah.
take that I spend more on hockey,
Right.
obviously, because you spend more on hockey than anything in the
But
world.
you also love hockey and play it yourself.
It has nothing to do with that.
No, I didn't mean to bring it up that way.
No, that's not. No. I grew up playing hockey.
I could tell by the jersey you're wearing.
Shut up. It's a sweatshirt. You keep saying jersey. It's a sweatshirt.
Yeah,
It's a sweatshirt.
I guess there is a difference.
I played hockey my whole life, so I know what hockey stuff is supposed
Right.
to cost. So when I see a price on something and I know I can get it cheaper somewhere else, I am comfortable pulling the trigger on that money. Dave, I think part of this is I am so green in this tennis world. I don't know if $240 is an obscene amount of money where someone will see my daughter with that racket and go, what did you do? Because, I mean, with hockey, you can spend $500 on a hockey stick easy, right? And someone would look at my daughter with a $500 hockey stick at the level she plays at and go, why the hell did you do that? I didn't want to be that dad.
So you didn't have any way of knowing or comparing.
Yes, exactly.
If there was an apparatus in your hand that you could have like put that number in and researched it in the moment, maybe you could have understood that.
Oh, you mean so? Hey, hold on. Time out, guy. Let me see if you're ripping me off. Is that what I would do in that moment?
Well, you are ripping.
You take a pause, and you take a pause. You say, "Let me talk with my wife," and then you go and talk to one of the other parents that you may know that's been in the world a little.
Bro, they don't
longer
talk to me, Dave. I don't know what they won't talk to me. They will not talk to me.
They're all.
Well, it's because you go on the radio and run your mouth about what goes on in your life. They don't want you to do that.
With what we do, there's no way these people listen to our
These
show,
people are
nor
upper
will
crust.
ever listen to
These
us.
are crusty crusties.
Well, Dave, hey, thanks for kicking me in the scroll while I was down, buddy. I really appreciate that.
Anytime.
All right, there goes. Hey, man, I grew up lower middle class. You suck.
He also has a buddy whose kids play tennis.
Yeah, not him, though.
No.
Because Dave's too much of a chintz-ass bitch to play tennis himself. 252 WCMF. Let's talk to Rob. Hey, Robbie, how are you, buddy?
Good. How are you guys?
Yep.
I just wanted to chime in. I went to Spencerport. I'm 42, so I'm sort of like in your age bracket in terms of things. And as it relates to sports, like back in the day when we were younger, athletic ability is you either have it or you don't. And so the best pair of cleats, the best tennis racket, all that kind of stuff, that really doesn't matter. And I coach my kids' sports now, and it's often it's funny. The kids who show up with the top flight gear are usually not your better athletes. And
He
so,
says cheap dad.
He's right. He is absolutely right.
Listen, back in my high school days, there was a kid who played sports. I will leave his name out of it, but he had the best gear, and he was the worst athlete. And then you think of, like, golf. You go out and buy that $500 driver. And I'm not a golfer, but I have friends that certainly are like that. And they still suck at golf. So I don't think the athletic
everybody around
ability
you
is,
sucks.
well, listen, athletic ability and skill is not an equitable thing. Like, you either have it or you don't. And I don't think any kind of sports apparel are the best.
Yeah,
of the
listen,
best.
guys, hey?
Well, no, to Rob's point, let me tell you a story.
You go down there, run your mouth out, hey?
Wait, he's a 1930s gangster? Let me tell you.
Hey.
There you go. Thank you. Let me tell you a story. You know Rick Seelig, Tommy.
Oh, yeah,
So,
great guy.
For those who don't know, he's a Sabres first-round pick in the 70s. He was the color analyst for the Rochester Americans for years on their radio and TV broadcast. He played in the NHL for a very long time. And Rick, nicest dude in the world. We connected through media and stuff like that. We would talk about youth hockey. And, he was asking me one day what I'm spending on my daughter's stuff. And I had told him what I think I was spending. And he goes, really, really? Oh, man, when I was a kid, his two older brothers also played in the NHL.
Oh, wow.
And he goes, yeah, like, hockey tryouts would come around when I was like 13, and I'd just go up in the attic and see what equipment they had left behind, and then
Put that on and go.
And then go.
Yeah.
And I'm like, shut up. You made the NHL with your brother's 15-year-old used equipment.
Yeah.
Shut up, Rick. No, you're a really nice guy. Shut up.
But don't all those hockey guys have that story?
I think you can make that argument in almost every sport.
No, but
right?
but every hockey guy was poor on a farm.
Well, it used to be. Now they're all the richest kids of all
Oh,
time.
but back in the day, like his generation, all those guys were from like places in Canada, Canadians had never heard of.
I understand, but the point I'm making is,
I know,
like he didn't have that top flight stuff. All three of his brothers made the NHL.
But you ain't living in them days,
Shut
bro.
up, man. Shut up.
Why is it gas 29 cents a gallon?
252 WCMF.
Why? Give me an egg.
I agreed to buy a tennis racket before I knew the price last night from my daughter's tennis teacher.
Pull out Pat.
He then tells me, I thought it was going to be
I don't think that's no. Let's not start that.
By the way, if
Pull
I
out Pat.
if I was pull out Pat, I wouldn't be in this tennis racket situation.
What was that?
I thought
Pull out Pat.
the racket was going to cost like $60 in my head. He then told me $240, and I stared at him, and I didn't know what to do, and I had to get out of it. So I was just like, "Oh, mortgage coming out, and it's and the kid's like 25, so he doesn't know." And he goes, "So you don't want it?" And I had to back out. 252 WCMF. Tim's on CMF. Hey, Timmy, how are you, buddy?
Duffy.
Hey,
Cheap ass BI.
oh my God!
Get him, Tommy. Tommy's right. You're playing a country club sport here, and he won't spend a meager $250 on your kiddo.
I got kids, man. You got kids, Timmy? Sorry, go
I
ahead.
got kids. I got 2 boys.
All right, what do they play?
Come on. Listen.
What do they play, Tim?
It doesn't matter.
Oh, it does.
Anyway,
It does, Tim.
anyway.
Tim, what do they play?
But they play baseball.
Okay, so they have the highest end, top flight metal bat for their age, right?
Of course.
You lying ass bitch, Tim. But go on. I'm sorry, I cut you off.
No, but you're like your dad, man. Like you're showing up to the quarterback club with a chintzy chocolates, thinking you're gonna be like overwhelmed with love.
$30 Wilson racket for a freaking 5-year-old. How old's your daughter?
She's 12.
She's 12. Oh my God! Listen, 30 years ago I played tennis, and I think I paid more for my freaking racket than $30.
Hey, Tim, I'm listening to your voice. You never played tennis a day in your life. Hey, let me tell you something about the country club. Hey, oh, you go out there, you hit the ball, and that ball comes back, you hit it back over there.
I love this.
Hey, Tim, you suck and you're a liar. Thank you for the call. I appreciate it. There goes Tim. I hate those guys. Yeah, I never do it, but you should do it because it ain't my money. Bro, I don't even want to know if I had gone home last night, the night before Valentine's Day, and told my wife we just spent $240 on a
You don't think your wife would have been more likely to pay for it than you would have, though?
So here's the thing.
In the moment.
If my wife would have paid for it, if I would have paid for it, she'd have flipped out.
That makes sense. But here's the thing. Like,
you don't want to criticize her. Pull out Pat all of a sudden.
No, she's one of the good ones.
Well,
She's good.
Yeah?
Yeah, mom. I mean, mom.
Yeah,
Mom.
obviously. Yeah.
But here's the deal: if your daughter stays with this sport, you're gonna have to pay for these rackets, man. And I'm guessing down the line, let's say your daughter wants to play this as a high school or college sport.
She already played varsity tennis this year.
You're probably looking at $1,000 rackets.
Shut up.
$1,000 racket, that's a thing?
No,
that
it's not.
exists?
He's being a dick.
I'm saying like
Stop
Pro
being a
Series.
dick.
Oh, like
Pro
overtime.
Series. Shut up.
No, I'm saying like I bet you there's $1,000 rackets. Jeez, I mean, if there's $1,000 golf clubs.
Yeah, but golf clubs are expensive.
And
you can't buy a $30 driver at Dick's.
Well, you can.
No, you can't.
It's got a plastic shaft, but it works. I bet you there's $1,000 rackets.
All right, we're going to take one more call. Listen, I would love to get to everybody. I'm really sorry. I know everyone wants to tell me I suck really hard, and I appreciate that from you guys. I'm having a crisis, people.
I can tell.
Okay, the world's most expensive racket is
number one.
$1,000.
Is it
But
though?
it sounds like it's pretty freaking rare.
Oh, all right.
Yeah, but she needs that one.
Every year.
252 WCMF. Your racket should never celebrate a birthday. Shut up, you lying ass bitch. That's the other thing. I don't know how long. Like, when do I have to replace it? Can I keep that racket forever?
I think the guy that restrings it will tell you because they can't restring it anymore. They can't. The same thing your dentist tells you every time. This is so much we can do.
We'll take one more call. 252 WCMF. Jim has got the last word. Hey, Jimmy, how are you, buddy?
Hey, listen, I'm as cheap as they come. I'm that guy. I will dig through the recycle bin for 20 minutes trying to find that $1 off pizza coupon. I lose my mind when someone takes a 5-cent returnable and throws it in the garbage.
That's
okay,
me.
I'm digging through to grab that. But that said,
Pat.
Don't climb the ladder, okay? Don't go like you're going to buy a bicycle. Don't buy a $200 bicycle and realize I like biking. Go buy a $500 bicycle, and then you're really into it, and you spend $1,300 on a bike because now you're like $2,000 deep, and you got 3 bikes, and you only ride one of them. So
that's a good point.
For kids, buy the cheaper one. But if you're an adult, go big, and that is the answer.
So I got to go buy the racket?
That's what he's saying.
Well, if it's for you, get the one you want. But if you're buying for your kid, then you go cheap because they're not going to take care of it. Kids are not going to take care of it.
He's right about that, too.
So don't buy the big one.
Well, here's the thing. What sucks, though?
for your daughter.
The only kid in America that would take care of a $240
Would be your
racket
daughter,
is
yes,
my 12-year-old.
She's super responsible.
Yeah, she is the most responsible
And she's
human being.
earned it.
Yeah, she has.
I mean, she's a great kid.
Shut up.
Is she going to outgrow it? Because like a stick has to be a certain length for a kid. Are they going to outgrow it?
Yeah, tell me about it. I'm already getting crap, so you can. Hey, Jim, thanks for the call.
What?
I'm already getting chintz crap from other parents.
Chintz crap.
Chintz crap. So these hockey sticks now, they used to be made of wood,
Yeah.
and they were like $30.
Yeah.
Now they're made of like these fiberglass composites, all these things, right? And they're like anywhere between $150 and $500.
Yeah.
So if you cut a stick, when you cut a stick, you can't put anything back on it. They have these things called plugs. They're wooden pieces. You stick them in the hole in the top, and it extends the stick a little while.
Oh, stick extender.
You get it, yeah. So you stick glue in there, and it sticks in there and whatever. So I have been doing that with my
extendo stick.
Yeah, for like years because I
Yeah.
wasn't going to spend $200 every season when you only need an extra like 3 or 4 inches on the stick.
Yeah.
and I started getting crap for that.
Well,
Well, it
doesn't
does
she
look
have to
cheap,
have like
too, right?
multiple
You don't see it; it's got tape under it.
anyways in case it breaks? I mean, how
How long does it last?
you know what I
like
mean?
that?
Like, doesn't she have another one ready to go?
Yeah, she has a backup stick, but
Yeah.
again, like she keeps
Yeah.
growing,
Yeah.
so I got to keep plugging the thing in there. And
Right.
yeah, this off season, finally, it was like, okay, fine, we'll get you a new stick, and she wanted the $450 stick.
Not happening.
Bro, it got uncomfortable because I was trying. I love my daughters, and I'm very happy that they found their things.
Yeah,
right.
yeah. I mean, they have interest and they're not getting in trouble.
So here's the thing, though. So we're in the hockey shop,
Yeah.
and my daughter wants a $450 hockey stick, and I'm going, honey, no, and I'm bringing her over towards like the $150 to $200
Yeah.
ones, right? Which is just
The
cheap.
trashy ones.
So she won't stop. She won't drop it. Da-da-da-da-da-da-da-da. So finally, after like 20 minutes, I had to say to my 14-year-old daughter to her face,
What is that?
you're not a $450 stick player. You don't play hockey well enough.
You ain't got 450 in you, darling.
Yeah, I'm sorry. Like
you ain't got any tomorrow in that tank.
if we had
Way to motivate your
well,
child.
no,
Yeah.
but Kimmy, what else am I supposed to say? Like the $200 stick, $150 stick, and the $400 stick will not matter. You're not going to be a better player at your level with a $450 stick.
Okay.
And I didn't want to say it, but she wouldn't stop.
So she forced you into a corner.
And she did not take that well.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Well, what am I supposed
Usually
to do?
usually girls process that pretty well.
Trying to be patient. Women, man. They're born like that. Let's take a break. It's Friday. You know what that means?
Oh, man, we're going to get a little creepy.
That's right. We got a creep cap coming at you. And for the first time in 50 years,
50 years.
we have a new highest selling vehicle in America.
Damn.
We're going to do it next on CMF. The world's changing every day, Tommy.
Man, what can you do, Pat?
In fact, for the first time in 50 years, this American vehicle
Yeah.
is no longer the top selling in America. And to the guys that want to point and say we're not as tough as we used to be, they're going to point to this and say, you ain't tough
Yep.
unless you got one of these.
Mm-hmm.
Hanging out in the break room, Rochester's Classic Rock 96.5. WCMF, we'll get to that in a sec, but it's Friday.
Oh, yeah, buddy.
All the gross-ass crap
You're welcome.
that Tommy said all week long. The creep cap happens now on CMF.
Hey there. You feeling creepy? Well, you're about to be. Come get some of this creep cap on the break room on WCMF.
How does one define love?
Bona.
Ha!
Rock on one, baby.
For God's sakes,
That's what she said.
Since you can do neck exercises so that it doesn't happen.
I did those last night, man. Didn't
Yeah?
do nothing.
Yeah?
Your mom enjoyed it.
Okay.
But she wants a plan.
Okay.
Have a plan, get a sticky hand. Enjoy your Valentine.
One that doesn't rhyme.
So all the boys pulled it.
No.
I don't know. I've said this seems like limited
Ground
research
control,
here.
stop touching your dong. In my village, my lonely village, we had one large screen TV. We'd all gather around to watch the pornography and eat avocados. One small cracked tomato. But I can't finish. Hello, Neil, Buzz. Pat and I are sitting here right now, and if you get through rubbing one out, we're all excited for you to come back down. And be careful on re-entry. I hear that stuff can really get spread around. I didn't get laid. I would have still tried for that coochie, man.
Yeah, because you're a piece of crap.
Listen, man, we're already out.
You're already out. I know you're a bad person,
I'm
but...
rock solid. Let's go, baby.
Okay.
Wait, secretions in space?
So Jay
Secretions in space! Dude, your whole hand?
Oh, we're going to have a night, baby.
For God's sakes!
That's what she said.
Talk about romance. Let's see if we can get the whole hand sticky tonight, baby.
Let's go to the elbow, darling. Oh, there's going to be some tacos, baby. We're going to eat a whole of tacos. No, you can't just go tacos. Tacos don't get you a taco.
It's so good to be a creep.
There it is, Creep Cap on CMF. So, Tommy, you said you were aware of the highest-selling vehicle
I
in
had not
America.
seen this report.
Okay, for the last 50 years, you going to take a shot?
It's the biggest man vehicle there is.
What's that?
The original man vehicle, the Ford F-150.
You nailed it.
Yeah.
For 50 years.
That's the original pickup truck.
It is, yes. The 5 decades, the Ford F-150 has been the most popular, most highest-selling vehicle in America every single year.
America,
And
buddy.
This week we found out that it was finally toppled.
Who dethroned it?
It was taken over by the Toyota RAV4 SUV.
Oh.
Now, I think in this report it says less about people being unhappy with the actual Ford F-150 and more about people moving towards SUVs and electric vehicles over the last 20 years for the SUVs, the last 5 years for EVs, right? So the EVs have taken a big chunk out of the Ford F-150, or at least enough
It's
where
the
it's
mom
dropped.
market.
Well, you don't see a mom driving a Ford F-150, though.
No, but I'm saying the rise of the mom market.
Okay,
Yeah,
but
is dwarfing
he's
the
saying
man market.
But he's saying the Ford F-150 drivers had to go somewhere.
yeah, because, I mean, guys
You know?
will always, a mom will buy the EV.
Yeah.
I mean, she would take from somewhere else. It is a little weird to think that someone would be choosing between a Ford F-150 and any kind of electric vehicle.
Yeah, so
Yeah.
if you're not driving, I always assume pickup guys that I always knew just always drove pickups.
Yeah, I thought the same thing.
Like
but-
your old man.
Yeah.
Your husband.
Yeah. He's had a truck for a while
Yeah.
now.
Which is funny because he doesn't need a truck. He doesn't have a
No.
job. where
He's already got a flatbed. See how that works?
I got it. I got it.
There you go.
So funny, you're so So silly.
Does this mean we're less tough, Kimmy, in America because we're not buying Ford F-150s anymore?
Or you're just getting more practical, you know?
Yeah, but you don't look tough.
Because again, I wonder what the
There's
percentage
a practical
of people.
guy right there.
But what the percentage of people that do drive pickup trucks? Like, how many of them actually need them for a purpose, and how many realized like I don't really need this for anything, and maybe they moved on to something else.
But if that was the case, why all of a sudden after 50 years did we come to that realization?
Well, could it also be people trying to save money here and there? You know what I mean? When it comes to gas prices, things like that.
Okay, but those EVs, I mean, I'm assuming if you're a Ford truck guy, you also want to go with a bigger EV
Yeah.
or an EV truck.
Yeah.
I mean, those things, yes, you're right. You're not going to spend the money on gas, but they do look very expensive.
Maybe people are testing the alternative. They don't
Okay.
know yet. I don't know.
Let me ask you a question.
Yeah.
And I'm asking, this is for the room.
Mhm.
When you see a guy in a pickup truck, do you assume he's a tough guy? Or do you assume he's trying to look like a tough guy?
I always so when I say a guy in a truck, he's a working guy,
Okay.
tough working guy.
But that can't be the case. I mean, if they're the highest selling vehicle in America, I mean, not everybody, most people don't work with their hands anymore.
Yeah,
They're
but
not on a farm.
I never think about that.
Okay.
I immediately think that's a guy that's got to go get something done.
Okay, Kimmy, now to you.
Well, I was gonna say I don't think much about like your average truck. It's those jacked up trucks with all the bells and whistles that
Okay.
really stand out. Where I'm like, all right, that guy's a jerk, or what is that guy hiding?
Oh.
You know.
Little weenie is what she's saying.
And because it's always like the smallest dude that gets out of those
See what I'm
trucks. By the
saying?
way,
Little dude.
it's always
little
like
weenie,
the Tommy
little...
Muley looking guys.
I have a nice
that,
weenie.
That
By the way,
that
I have
step
a
out of
nice-
those huge jacked up pickup trucks.
I have an appropriate weenie.
Yeah, no, he's right.
Pat's seen it.
I've seen his
All right,
penis.
fair. I wasn't-
No, I mean it's an appropriate sized penis for his
I don't
body.
know why you're getting so defensive.
The whole why? Because you called me
I
little
didn't say
weenie
you.
boy.
You were on
I'm
her
saying
side
guys
until she
like
said-
you.
So she called me little weenie boy.
Well, yeah, I mean, little weenie
Weenie
boy.
Like that guy needs
Worst
that,
Donny Hathaway song of all time. Sorry, you were saying.
that guy needs that truck to appear larger than he is.
But what's funny about that is when he gets in that truck, he looks even tinier.
Yeah, you gotta
Like,
take a few steps
Yes,
up.
when you have to climb steps to get in the truck, you don't look like a big tough guy.
Well, you remember when I had that big truck I was test driving for a week?
Yep.
I couldn't even get it into the driveway.
No, it was funny. Like we had to actually.
That thing was a monster.
He had to go find phone books to sit on to drive that truck. 252-WCMF, 252-9263. After 50 years, the Ford F-150, no longer the top-selling vehicle in America. It was overtaken by the Toyota RAV4 SUV. But in this article, they talk about how this is less about the quality and love for the Ford F-150, more it being chipped away by EVs, and over the last 20 years, people moving towards the SUV.
SUV.
Thank you. You even screwed it up. Because they're more practical.
Oh, yeah, I'm just trying to help.
I will say, pickup truck does make you feel like a tough
Oh,
guy.
yeah, when you're up in that thing, it's like
How about you
you're
up
in
that
it's
thing?
like a rolling castle.
Yeah, I mean, it doesn't even have to be a good pickup truck.
Right.
Like when I had that busted-ass pickup truck, the primer gray
Yeah,
one
yeah,
with
yeah.
the wood hatch on the
Yeah.
back, like it had bench seats. It was like an 83 that I was
Yeah,
driving.
ton
Was
of
it just
room.
because
Yeah.
it feels like very America?
I don't know
You know what
why.
I mean? Like you feel like very patriotic in that truck.
No, but Pat could get like 5 tramps in that thing.
Yeah, I got your mom and all your cousins, and then your sister.
Wait, you were doing my sister?
I was doing your sister and,
and
your
my
mom.
cousins
Yep.
in Auburn?
In my 4F-150. No, I mean, like, I was busted as hell. That
You
was
were
the
busted.
that was the car that leaked out of your driveway.
Yeah.
I couldn't
Much
get
like
it.
your girlfriend's.
I couldn't get it inspected. I bought it for $150. I had to slam it in a park. Remember,
What's
sometimes
that
it would.
about driving around a pickup truck with the windows down. You're in the middle of a country song.
Yes.
Yes,
Yeah.
you are.
And I'm, you know me, that ain't me at all.
Right.
But it did kind of feel like, yeah, check me out.
You're heading to the county line.
Like even when I ran out of gas because the gas gauge was broken on 390 that one day going into the city,
Yeah.
I still felt tough standing next to it. We come back, we wrap it up, we tell you what we're doing Monday next to the break room on CMF. That's going to be Rubberoo.
Radio Friday, Rubberoo.
Friday, Break Room CMF. We are super duper late.
Yep.
Kimmy is already mad at us. We got to get out of the way. For Kimmy,
Yep.
who crushed it today. You did a great job.
Oh,
Thank
it was a
you.
great job.
Way to go. Especially when you called Tommy a itty bitty weenie man.
He called himself that, for the record. Those words never came out of my mouth.
Well, you kind of insinuated.
What words?
I can't even.
Itty
Little itty bitty weenie Tommy? Is that what you called
Something like
yourself?
that.
Yeah, that's cool.
I don't know what's happening.
For
Might
ti-
be years of therapy in the making.
For tiny itty bitty weenie Tommy. My name is Ben Tommy. We'll see you next week here in the Break Room, 6 a.m. on 96.5 WCMF.